Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day two of the TCNA Rivals playoffs. I'm Jason Mace, joined alongside Lorwar. Lorwar, how you doing today, man?
I'm doing all right.
Mm. Well, we got a very action-packed day coming
Yeah.
towards you. We have eight best of threes total on the day. So it's going to be a long one. So be sure to buckle in. We have Brutalist KFC versus Shopify Rebellion here for the first best of three of the day. We got, I think the
The
map
map
bans are already
leader.
through. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we take a look
Uh
over towards these map bans.
uh
So-
Oh, we got them.
there
They're
you go.
here.
Yeah, there you
They're
go.
here. They're here. They're here.
Banning Pearl
Okay.
first into the Shadowfire Rebellion. What do they ban? They
Who
ban
ban
Fracture.
fracture?
I'm very sad. I'm very, very sad about that. I absolutely love Fracture. But we do go on to
We
uh
got Lotus with SR on attack. Okay.
yeah, I mean KFC they've played Lotus a lot. They've played this map six separate times in the regular season. So they obviously have a lot of experience on that map. So that makes perfect sense for them to pick that. While Icebox Shadowfire Rebellion has only played it thrice. However, they have they are they're 2-1 on that on Icebox.
Ban
Haven
Haven.
ban goes through. And then so does Ascent. So that leaves Split as the decider with KFC on the defense. So anything stick out to you at all from these map pool at all, or
Um, I'm mainly looking at Lotus. Like KFC's played it a ton, which means that albeit like, hey, KFC is really strong on Lotus, means that SR could have like a decent amount of material to like review, look at, and just be like, okay, we think they might have a really good game plan going into Lotus, and I feel like Lotus could be more of a toss up than we might expect.
yeah, even despite the fact that KFC they've played Lotus six times, like I said earlier, and they are 5-1 on those on those maps. Meanwhile, on the side of SR, I don't think they've won it. They've played it four times and they won it once, and that was in overtime. That was an overtime win that they won that map. So
To be willing to float it, they have to have some sort of a plan.
absolutely, and they, especially against a team like KFC, who has showed such dominance on on this tri-site map.
Yeah, you have to, in order to be willing to float a map like this into KFC. KFC, as you said, they're 5-1. SR are 1-3. It's you have to have some sort of plan to be willing to float it. Otherwise, you're just instantly down 1-0 in a series, and that's brutal.
Yeah, on the flip side of things, for Icebox, KFC only has played it once, and that was a 9-13 loss. Um, so neither of these two teams combined have played Icebox a total of four times. So I'm going to be very interested to see um how that is going to play out. Another thing to keep track of, KFC, one of those four top seeds to get a bye, did get to choose their opponent, and as the third seed, it was a choice between Shadowfire Rebellion and Choke 9. So they decided to go for the Shadow 5 Rebellion pick, thinking that they're going to have an easier time with this squad. And I mean, they were able to battle their way through tooth and nail through this play-in stage. So they're still a very, very
Yeah.
strong team going into it. So you can't
SR
really
was
underestimate them.
yeah, SR was one of the 2 first seeds out. And you're given the choice between SR and C9. I mean, C9 just looked absolutely incredible yesterday, so the pick does make sense.
This is just Split
Oh.
as well. Shadowfire Rebellion have played Split 8 different times. This is also including the legendary 25-23 game. Um, so they have a lot of experience. They have they have a ton of experience on this map, as I think we're heading into Lotus very soon.
Well,
As
here
we
we
are
are.
heading over to Asian Select. What if we kissed at the
Deadlock
Brutalist KFC? What about that?
immediately. And
War
it's an
War?
inst hmm?
But what if we kissed at the Brutalist KFC?
You'd be a pedophile then.
Okay.
Okay.
Um, well, we move on to
Let's look at the comps. Okay, so we're getting Vice Lockout from Brutalist KFC. Looking like we could be getting a double duelist out from SR. Uh, Raw Alejandro was really great yesterday too, and like they do have Riley subbing in, so Riley is bronze 3, a good bronze 3, but bronze 3 nonetheless. So we're really looking at the rest of SR to really step up and play the absolute best that they can.
yeah, we see these the double sentinel coming out on the side of KFC, which is definitely interesting. I mean, obviously Vice very strong in this map, but the deadlock is always going to be a little bit interesting. But I think deadlock definitely works very well as like a like a secondary sort of sentinel. I think you know that you can find a lot of really good spots on this map just for some of that deadlock utility, especially with how difficult the C site is to hold. And you don't really want, and you also want to invest that the wall, that Vice wall. Most of the time, you're probably going to want to invest it towards the front of B main, to just try to deny some of those lurks. But then when you do that, that gets rid of a lot of utility over towards C. But they are going to invest the wall over towards C and probably just have a player, put a player instead to hold that B area.
We're seeing a lot of light shields coming out here for KFC 3, which we're getting 3 light shields. Breach looking like they're buying full utility, and then got the ghost out on the deadlock, seemingly just playing off like the net and the wall. Even if they even have the wall. No, they don't. It's the sensor and the ghost.
Yeah, this might be the slowest A fight ever. This is a 5-man A fight over here for the side of Shadow 5 Rebellion, but
Top taking 3 to 5 business days to happen over here.
yeah. It is Sunday. So, might have don't think there's a lot of deliveries happening, but
Yeah.
they're just going to insert the Omen deep towards A main, and then they're going to hit towards B, which I really, really like this play, because once you slam onto this B side, you have that Omen to watch that A link door and can catch these players off guard, especially with the fact that it's not broken yet. So they're going to have to use all their attention into breaking that as the triple swing comes through the smoke. Alejandro and Freezy to put them to rest as this site is cracked wide open. And now with no one going towards that A-link space, you have Soup. He's got the info. Super's got the info on it, and he's going to be able to find the perfect wraparound. And although Beans for All going to be able to try to open it up, they still have to worry about this wraparound. They're not going to be ready for it. Super's going to be able to take it down. Warrenator,
Now it's
1 versus 3.
20 AP, and then blind. Really, just it's done already. It's an incredible round out of SR. Just that, like, the lurk timing from Super was just absolutely picture perfect there, and just getting those first two just kind of just broke open the site, and then that retake just felt impossible, knowing that Super was just always waiting always watching, and then backs out at the perfect time.
See that Airy spam coming in, try to get a little bit of damage. That's a force. Oh, excuse me, no, that's a player on SR that bought that Ares. Try to find a little bit of chip damage, possibly even a kill, and well, they've definitely found a little bit of chip damage onto Warrenator. But it looks like the SR are just gonna start slowly backing away.
Feels like KFC have been playing very passively this half. Just like trying to let the double sentinels have their anchoring power. But I mean, obviously we've only seen 2 rounds, but
Flashing. Good hit.
the doubles,
Flash trap
but
destroyed.
we've mainly been seeing them like leaving like the Vice on an island over towards C, and leaning 3 towards the A site, but not really fighting it very much.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, this C site's just wide open. Super gonna be taking this 1v1 on the opposite side of the map. Let's see if they can win it against Beans for All. Great name, by the way. I absolutely love that. And it's gonna get caught trying to pull the net out. It's a little bit of a consolation prize going to this round, but that was simply just a ghost on the floor. Yeah, you don't have the smokes to work with anymore, but you don't really have any weaponry to work with. Yeah, you got the flash through, but well, I say that as Warrenator's just gonna kind of come through. Alturez, he's gonna be able to find one, so all of a sudden, this is a 4-on-2. Riley gonna try to do the best that she can, and the best she does!
Last player standing.
There's not enough time to defuse the spike. Riley with a bit of a heroic play there. However, it is gonna be super costly.
Yeah, now it's 3 guns down there. They bought pretty heavy into this aside from Super, and it just kind of left them, and losing that much means that this bonus round is gonna be fairly weak, and that especially more so even means that we need to see KFC take this round.
Oh no, Alejandro's walled in! The util is all over the place, and he's gonna try to get out. Knifing that barrier mesh. You got 3 players sitting on the other side of rubble.
Alejandro went forward there, but choosing to finally back out, leaving Super there as just an insert in main, and just kind of holding in case KFC decide to push into spawn.
There.
Alejandro hears this sonic sensor, can spot it and will break it. But that brings a huge rotate over. You still got that wall on C, that Vice wall. So they can sort of afford to a bit of an over rotate, so they don't got to worry about that timing. Although the Omen's still alive, can bring a bit of anxiety towards the squad. What if he TP's past it and we don't realize? Super is going to be making that noise. Beans for all going to be able to take that duel and be able to capitalize on top of it. Now you don't have any controllers left to try to hit this B site, so it's going to be a bit awkward to try and do so. Alejandro with nothing but a ghost. Alturez and Guilty Crown to just melt them as they try to walk out.
Shadows traveling.
One enemy remaining.
Won't even be able to get the plant off. This is a flawless round for the anti-bonus for KFC.
I mean, it was a great round out of KFC there. They a strong push like early to take that control, and they were just able to force them away. I mentioned that they had been playing fairly passively, and they've already started to change it up, and they got aggressive. The net, the wall, the nade, investing heavily into that A fight, and they just completely shut them out. Left Beans for all as an inter, and had Super dead to rights.
Stun comes through as does the swing. Alejandro to try and open it up. Guilty Crown is going to be able to get the numbers trade.
Right there.
However, Strong Maniac going to instantly gift that advantage back.
Get him. Redundant.
Back to a 3-on-3, but Anna
Not ready yet. Good hit.
One enemy remaining.
not going to really be able to do much. It's left on a Freezy for a 1v2, but Warrenator puts it to rest.
This is a great retake out of KFC there. Just great coordination from them, getting that pick. I'm getting the kill into Riley, and then just from there, it just left Freezy in an impossible situation.
Set up here. They're going for a heavy C fight, as it looks like they've read it almost perfectly. There's nobody towards this A site, and it looks like that they're going to go for a Gravnet nade combo possibly. No, they're just gonna walk up straight to the crosshair of Warrenator. Only gonna be good for one, as Beans not gonna be able to find the shot, and now it's just an absolute scramble. What to do next? Two weapons on the floor. This is a force buy round for Shopify.
They could very easily pivot through the B door here, and then it just becomes a race to see who can get there first.
Vice wall in front of B this time round. See Alturez. It's gonna be Alturez is gonna be spotting stairs. He's actually gonna double back. But he will be able to find them, and he will be able to spot them.
He spots them.
Shadows traveling.
And now the rotates are gonna come in, but
Cover going out.
it's a little late, and they've already taken the site.
No,
30 seconds.
they don't have a lot of utility to work with here. However, Strong Maniac and Riley so deftly low. If Super is able to find one, that should be round done and dealt with. The Flash isn't going to spot him, and he's going to be able to get his one. Drop down, they're not aware. Only 2 bullets for Soup. But it's going to be so difficult to really do anything here. Going to be able to find the first. This would be for the 1v3, finds the second. Not planted for Freezy. But with the time starting to tick away, it's going to be so damn awkward! But he gets it done nonetheless!
Alturez, 1 versus 3, out of nowhere. Absolute heroics there. That round fell over. The time was so low. And just... Alturez just pulls magic out of thin air. And it's a timeout for SR.
I mean, I
It
not like I
feels
could really blame him. In no world should they realistically be winning that. Yeah, you had Altura, excuse me, you had Soup on with only 2 bullets left in that Phantom, but you think you just got to fight him together. You know that he's stuck in pit. You fight him together, you win that every single time. And I think Freezy was just a little bit too disconnected with the rest of the squad. You had that
Yeah.
early fight in in C main where you won that duels. And sure, it left 2 players on definitely low HP, but you still have that numbers advantage. And it's really just as simple as you fight them together.
And you
A,
should have won that. Freezy felt
a,
seems like Freezy was a little bit overzealous on the fight, went for it too early, got picked off, and then now you left Super in a bad, and now Super's in a bad position. No bullets in the gun, and having to switch to the classic. Meanwhile, Alturas just has a near full Vandal clip and can just shoot him through the box. And now it's left on a 1v. It's just left on a 1v1.
a disastrous round for both ways as Beans. He's going to try and take this duel again, but he's going to get spotted, and he's not going to get anything out of it. But the showstopper finds 2. Knows Alejandro stuffed in the corner. Boombot out, and they are practically dead to rights. It's going to be the
Vice
fourth that will do
Lord.
him in. Super
And
1v4.
What a C play.
And coming out of the timeout, facing a near flawless round on the other side. No HP to work with. And it's going to be Warrenator to spam him through the smoke, and it's 4-2 for the side of KFC.
They bought into that. I'm not sure how good the economy is for SR now. Looking
Here.
like they'll be able to scrape together something, but
Here.
for how long, really, can they actually keep scraping buys together? I mean, sure, they're getting 2.9k every round, but that'll only keep them, like, in a buy for so many rounds. At some point, they're gonna need to start to string round wins together, especially considering they're attacking on Lotus. Though, it is the into double Sentinel.
Have this. There's a blind play here at B main. Yeah, you see Warrenator. They just held that close B main angle with that outlaw, while Alturas had that paranoia in hand. Showstopper going to be used and will be able to fight Enna. Warrenator still has this outlaw full belt of utility. Pink shell's not going to be used yet. Going to wait for his team to come through. As they're gonna, as you see, Shopify, just 3 players fighting back towards this defender spawn. Stun comes through, but Alejandro, snappy with his aim. As this should be 3 on the round for SR, and it's really just down to if Fiends can find any exit frags, and he cannot.
Whatever happens, Sakin.
It felt
Don't panic.
really necessary after
Friendly
coming out of the
back away.
timeout, losing the round, and then now you're buying up. It feels like that was just a must-win round desperately, and they managed to secure it.
So the Ult Academy is also a little bit interesting here. So you have the 6. Uh-oh, that one. Haunt definitely missed. Unfortunate blunder from Riley. As you see Vice ult online, the Deadlock ult online, both breach ults.
The Fatal
Have the
out
Nightfall as
for
well.
Fatal and Omen ult for SR
Wall
too.
tripped.
But no one else is even... Did Enna disconnect? They're slowly shifting to the side. Yeah, I think they
No
disconnected.
more thorns.
Yeah,
Oh,
but they're not going to go
no.
towards C. No one knows anything about it. They're going to reconnect back in time like nothing ever happened. And they are going to end up hitting C. If only they knew to just go a little bit sooner. Oh, I think they disconnected
Almost a
again.
disaster for
They disconnected
KFC.
again.
Oh.
Spike planted.
Maybe they might be able to get
Oh, and they're
back and pop this Visol. Because they still have a lot of utility to work with. And it looks like they might. And out comes that Visol, but it might come in a little bit too late. Deciding to finally use it. And they have to do not. Shopify can't do anything but back off. The just full range of utility just being dumped out. Maniac is going to be able to find 2 with the classic. The lack of communication. He finds 3 and saves the round. 4 for him. He finds 2 with the classic. Then the Visol disappears. 180s around and finds 2 more.
That's a round that comes purely down to heroics for SR. It feels like sure, SR were favored somewhat in that post plan, but after that Visol went down, could have been like KFC easily could have steamrolled, but Strong just putting SR on his back and single-handedly winning that round for them. 4.
Guilty holding fault line. There's no one to really fight off of, so it's gonna share that orb get tapped. Warinator, a nice shot onto that super lurk. Again, that's your controller down. Could be able to trip that wall, tap door, put a little bit of pressure elsewhere, but KFC just playing so passive here. As out comes the fights, the duels, the beautiful grab net, the Sheriff to double up, and it will be a flawless defensive round.
They think themselves are equals. They are mistaken.
Now we wait. Rip and tear. Launching thorns. Black plate.
Barrier deployed.
Taking all
Sound
the way up
sensor up.
A from the start, and
Barrier mesh, they didn't be able to cover as much as they would have hoped. But you have all this Vice utility over on the C side to try to hold it down. Beans has that grav net in hand. So Freezy and Super might be met with an unfortunate fate. The net coming through, so does the cage, but the cage isn't going to help out. The double kill off the spam.
now you're left in a 2v5, and feels like SR is running out of options.
Yeah, not in a great position at all. And what are you able to do? Find the first and leaving Riley alone in a 1 versus 5. The blind as well. No doubt about it. Another flawless round out of KFC.
In a row, and the economy is has got to be incredible for KFC. I mean, 2 flawlesses in a row. Your economy is going to just be guaranteed. You're buying for the rest of the half, no matter like how badly you lose these next 2. Like if you were to lose the next round, or you'd still be able to buy for the entire rest of the half. It's
Guilty Crown, by the way. This is the kind of value that Breach can get on a map like this. 2 kills, 5 deaths, but 11 assists for Guilty Crown. So like it's not. It is far from always just being able to shoot the enemies. It is so much more than that. Being able to set up your team for success, the flashes, the stuns, the aftershocks, to push enemies out into the open. Showstopper is online, Alejandro. Let's see if they decide to use it, but I would imagine they would want to drop that Phantom over towards a teammate. However, this is all 5 players towards C right now with both Thorns. They don't have any space anywhere else on the map. That tap on the B door is going to push back the defense a little bit. Alturez going to back out. The double satchel in for Alejandro. Will be able to find one. So that's going to open up this C site. But they have a Rolling Thunder and a Showstopper of their own on the side of KFC. This plant delayed to go down. That's going to buy so much time for this rotate. It's about a 10-second rotation
Planted.
that they just gave. And out comes that Showstopper from both sides as they will trade the Showstoppers. It's going to be so difficult. Riley unable to get off that Nightfall. Flash coming through. Going to have to try to clear close left, but it's not going to be enough. SR moved to 5.
Last round before the switch.
This half has felt incredibly like back and forth. It feels like KFC win 2, then SR win 2, then KFC win 2, then SR win 2, then KFC win 2. And now we'll see if SR can string together the last 2 rounds to secure a 6-6 half.
Shadows traveling.
What are you able to do? Might have been caught a little bit of sleep at the wheel. Alejandro to open up the C site again. Another first blood for him. Gonna try to swing through here to reload, but doesn't expect Guilty Crown on the other side. Annihilation. We'll take him down. We'll take down Riley. But look at Freezy! How in the world has Freezy found this timing? Gonna have to do it all. We'll be able to get 2 Super with that from the shadows. And they've recognized that Warrenator already moving towards this A site will be able to get this plant off for free.
30 seconds
So
left.
it's a slow walk over, and I don't think Super is going to expect them this close. Gets the plant off, but it will still be a free plant. Now, you got to watch out here, because both these players are so disconnected from each other. What is Super going to be able to do? No noise, but he's going to get spotted.
But Warrenator from behind.
Didn't expect Warrenator to be there that quickly, perhaps. So will be the half lead for the side of KFC going into this attack-sided
Switching sides.
Lotus.
But
You're up.
still, it
Safe.
is 7 rounds.
Going
It's
back
still, it is 7 rounds with double Sentinel, and so it's a question of, is 7 enough for the double Sentinel comp, considering how hard it may be to attack with it.
Super with a nice shot to Warrenator to open up this pistol round. Actually, I have to push them to push them back, but Freezy is gonna wrap around himself
Player standing.
in a beautiful retake from Shopify
Left in a
as the stick just kind of has to come through.
SR had
Where
a
are they?
very strong retake there.
Go over here towards the site. You got all 5 players with their face against the barrier for the side of KFC, so it looks like they might just want to try to take a hold of the C sides. They know how important that A fight is. So they think, hey, there's probably going to be a few more players leaning towards that A site as Super. Yeah, just going to wisely teleport out and wait for the rest of his squad.
I think Super
Over there.
considered
Sensor
going through the
destroyed.
smoke.
Yeah, that Sonic
and
Center is
playing
going to
through
be
it, but
broken. Warrenator going to show that he has that Bucky. So now they know, hey, back up. They got a Bucky real close here. Look at this paranoia spot. That's going to hit 2 of them, possibly even 4. And it will hit the first
great
and the second.
paranoia.
Warrenator's going to be able to double up
Warrenator.
with the Bucky. Super to run out. Can he get a third? Yes, he
3,
did. Make it 4. He's just making all the heroics right now. Can he get the ace? No, he cannot. Down to a 1v1.
that's
And an unbelievable round win for KFC off the back of a quad kill with a Bucky.
just incredible out of Warrenator there. Like it felt like it probably should have been a slam dunk round for SR, but Warrenator puts the entire team and just a line and they're just a line is going off the cliff like lemmings into the Bucky.
Warrenator now one ult point away from that showstopper as well. So on top of that 4K with the Bucky, he's knocking at the door of that showstopper to be able to most likely not use it this round, as I'm sure Shadowfy does not have the weaponry to work with. But to use the round after to really destroy their economy if they are able to win the round after. Obviously assuming they win this one first, but you know, it's always an eco.
It is always an eco, as we saw last round.
Yeah, Bean's going to be able to take out Alejandro, trying to do his own impression of Warrenator. There will be a trade. Alturaz is going to be able to pick up the Bucky and get the trade himself, though. So this Bucky is a little bit of a story for these past 2 rounds. That's 6 kills with the Bucky.
Look, they just love shotguns. What can I say?
30 seconds left.
Plant will go down, but that's so many. That's the whole squad. The entire team sitting inside of tree. This can get dangerous with how much they could just flood it. How they could just get completely pinched in. Super is gonna get stuck. Can TP across, deciding not to. That's gonna buy a little bit of time. Jam's gonna come through. Showstopper pop, but it's not gonna find anything. And the spam, they're completely deaf. They don't know what's going on. Bradley's gonna go in themselves. So now it's Freezy in a 1v3, and that was a little bit scary, but I think there was just a bit of lack of communication. They could have absolutely all 3 pushed in there and had a much better shot at winning that round.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like if this keeps up, especially if they can start to like snowball like ultimates and all that, feels like KFC could potentially just start running away with this game.
Grenade! Satchel out.
Oh, Alejandro not quite able to get out, and now it's just straight slam on the right.
Last player standing.
Big spams, big shots. That leaves Super alone
planted.
over towards the seaside, and they're just going to decide to save. So the AFC is going to be the first squad here to reach double digits.
It feels like this could potentially be 11. I don't think SR's economy would be very good into the next round, and from that point, then it could just fall apart. I might want to see a timeout from SR after this round, though. KFC looking to lean in and open with a C hit here. Gonna be running into two, actually no, three here on the C side, and this could potentially go bad, especially considering this is an eco. They might just sprint right into the stack.
Alejandro does have the showstopper, though, so if they all group up, this could get a little bit dangerous as two players spot each other. The C's nade. Oh, the C's itself is going to miss, though. Could have spot 3, and Alejandro might be thinking, man, if I pop that showstopper, I might have been able to find an unbelievable amount of value.
Yeah, and you're just left to wonder now, is it worth it to even keep the stack here? And that Prowler's gonna say
Beans
no.
roll with that attack side operator. Super is gonna have to do it himself. He can't find the shot. Warrenator 180s around and punishes him for it.
And that's the one rifle they had.
Another round seems all too out of their grasp.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my goodness, the gravity net plus the nade is going to do him in as well. It's going to be a flawless round. Pushing them to 11.
Just been incredible out of KFC. I expected this attack site to be, like, a little bit worse, considering, like, hey, it's Double Sentinel. Like, Double Sentinel always tends to be heavily defensive-sided. But this team has just... But the utility has just been picture perfect for KFC, and now this is the must-win round for SR.
Get it.
My territory, my rules.
Alejandro, he is going to be able to use that showstopper now. We'll be able to pick one off.
There.
Bring them down.
You see all these players just
Warrenator
stuck towards this A site.
And Alturas is so low right now. Just a sliver of HP. Riley's taking some chip, but...
Spike planted.
Alturas coming from behind. 9 HP. Finds 2!
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Down to a 1v1 now, though.
And 30
Super,
HP.
yeah, it
but
calls his bluff.
on full.
And he's just gonna have to
he's
sit inside the
sticking.
smoke, getting it off. It's halfway, and he's got more than enough time to stick that defuse after it's gotten to halfway. So a very nice round from the side of Shot of 5 Rebellion. So they're not down and out just yet.
Cover going out. Here.
Bit of silence, and you see a lot of spam towards front of B. Silence. Hits the map. Riley unsure if anyone's really walking up just yet. Gonna spot one. Those gunshots are going to confirm that there are more there. So backing away is Riley. Not but a sheriff in her hand.
30 seconds left.
The rest of KFC are going to slowly back away, but there's only 30 seconds left, so you kind of have to force your way into this. No real big ults here for the side of SR. So now the flood comes through, as well as the showstopper. That's going to buy so much time. There's only 10 seconds left. You got to get the plant off. The Seize is going to keep the spike from getting out onto the site. There's no time left to plant.
One enemy remaining.
How in the world have you muffed that up?
Bit of a melon round right there, and
I'll see it.
it just feels like it might be that SR seem to be regaining some of that momentum,
Yes.
and KFC feel like they're struggling.
The Seize from Riley, knowing that they just forced themselves in a fit of panic into tree,
Goes there.
throws the perfect Seize to stop the spike carrier from actually being able to walk out onto the site and plant in the first place. Buying just the perfect amount of time to secure the round. Paranoia going to be used here in front of B main. Alturaz trying to get their team just a tad bit closer. Super. I don't know how in the world he's found that timing, but timing that he will absolutely take. Taking out Beans for all is left a bit scrambled. Alejandro to be able to take another one down. 3 on 5.
Okay.
Anyone hiding?
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Flawless.
And it's just going to be the 4K spray down from Soup. For the flawless round. SR are far from done. You got to wonder. When will a timeout possibly be taken?
Yeah, I'm beginning to get scared for KFC. They had such strong momentum. This was 11-6, and now that gap is only 2 rounds and could be closed like that. Especially if this round also goes south. I feel like I need to see a timeout from KFC.
Adapt or die!
Now comes that Visol. Crazy, slowly walking through. Alejandro might be able to find the timing, and the timing he will find. And on a beautiful, beautiful trade. No ult on either squad to work with here. It just got to be pure utility alone, and out comes this dump of utility. Both paranoias, both stuns, both flashes. Super's gonna get caught in that gravity net. Strong Maniac gonna try to do something here. Freezy gonna pop himself out onto the sides. And now it's left all alone to Guilty Crown 1 versus 4. And Shopify starts crawling their way back. And now they're within 1 of tying it.
Started as a crawl and it's come to a sprint, and now it feels like Shopify are running away with all the momentum. I feel like I need to see the timeout from KFC soon. If not this round, then the next. Even if just to give them like a little bit of a mental reset. Feels like they might be just kind of mentally crumbling now. They've been losing duels that earlier in the game they would have won.
Satchel up. Satchel up.
Warren are gonna double Satchel over that Cypher trip. I don't know if they're ready for him to be already so close into the corner, but they are. Realizing that Aftershock missed. Nightfall going to be used. No Satchels left to work with. Those Thorns, he can't move. Quite literally 1 HP as Strong Maniac will be able to do him in. Silence hits the map. Crunch time, munch time. Surely they're... I think low settings, you can probably see way clearer through that. Yeah, no one even notices. They're on high settings. I wouldn't have seen that either. They're going to slowly try to clear, but Freezy's ready for it.
30 seconds left.
Tapping the orb. Already has the Rolling Thunder online. This would be a huge ult to use, but they're going to rip it early.
And
no value found out of it. Plant will come down this time with enough time.
Tragic.
Right, Anna. Gonna just start putting it to rest. Two on three situation here. Super spots him, but can't find the shots. Anna with 3 on the round to put KFC at map point.
It felt like
Match
it couldn't have come at a better time for KFC there. That was just it felt almost necessary there. But now this round could be even more necessary because they lose this, they're reset back down to 1900, and they'll have to scrape together something with that plus whatever they can find.
Cover going out. Blinding.
Great blind out of Super, but they yorked a little bit early and just needs to
Here.
give himself a little bit of
Checking
space.
for that
and
lurk
but
as Alteraz is gonna spot. Is gonna peek himself through that smoke. 4 frags away from securing this first map. And it's gonna be a difficult retake. No ultimates to work with here. But at the same time, no attacking ultimates. But you see Beans for All has that gravity net through, and he's just gonna push through. Freezy to tap him through the smoke. Alejandro trying to keep his squad alive. Warnator to try and stop them. As it's all left to Alejandro, and it won't be done. 13-10, the final after your first map.
it felt
put them
stressful
up
there towards
1-0.
the end, but we got close, but still, KFC moved to 6-1 on this map. They've been, as you mentioned earlier, they were incredible on this map, and they really they especially showed that like early on with that just nothing but dominance from it felt like from up until they hit 11. KFC, like SR finally found the fight back once KFC hit 11, but by then it felt almost too little, too late.
Yeah, as you see over there, at the top of the bracket, Pupperhampton Pupper is going to be taking the first map off of the Brawn Rankers. We saw those guys a little bit yesterday, but and they fought tooth and nail to get out of it. So, with that being said, I think we are going to head to a little bit of a break here as we move on to our next map, which will be Icebox right after this.
Down A.
Treat.
Oh my god.
You got a flash, you can flash out. Maybe he'll be front of it.
One enemy
Oh
remaining.
my goodness.
Max cutting out.
She could be anywhere. Breaks down.
Spike planted. My ult's ready.
Awesome clip, you know.
That's the anime video, by the way.
They started.
Which episode of Throw City
Pop
is
that
this?
cage for me, Gangatron.
You take care.
Pop that cage for me, gang.
Oh yeah.
Two lane.
Omen, Silva. Yeah, I'll stall. You stay up here.
Three lane. Okay, fucking killed everyone.
Spike down B.
He's mid. Wait, I'm buddy hopping. Come over here.
One enemy remaining.
You have TP and flash. Be close. He's out.
Fake teleport.
Oh my god.
Oh, good shit. Holy fuck. You like that shit.
Outside. Oh, that should not have hit me.
Hey, since when is I go?
One's graffiti.
One enemy remaining.
Last team here, probably getting my gun.
I'm a low throw con, good luck!
He's long, he did not get my gun.
Nice.
I'm gonna check B main.
I'm holding ramps, so I'm not coming
No more
Spike down A.
One mid. I see.
You had your
fun. My turn.
Main advance.
Vince.
One enemy remaining.
Popper camp.
Even have
Camera taken out.
7 bullets for the ace.
nice.
Portal closed. Anyone else? Shut down. I'll return.
One enemy
My
remaining.
ult's ready. I'll handle this.
Defuse. You're getting flash.
I'm back.
Okay. This is my special move where I one tap them.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, don't hit C.
Yeah, that was
All
a
right.
humble shot by me. That was a humble shot.
That was a very humble shot from you. There's a wall, probably. No wall, alright.
You have ice spot there.
Enemy
I'm
remaining.
humble.
Oh, nice Firebug. Nice shots, Firebug.
I'm
Nice
humble.
shots.
So humble.
Nice fucking shots,
That's an
Firebug.
so
Nice fight, bro.
humble.
Spike
So you
planted.
clutch first up, you take this duel over here, kill him. That's
Please? 117 fade, one
pop
top.
the cage.
He's gonna be close right.
I think he's.
Fade's 1 HP, by the way.
And now, what you do, this is what we call just
Stick.
stick it.
Oh my god. No way.
And you win the round like
live
that.
again.
What a round.
Yeah, we can get the up. Let me just peek. Right, stick it. Get the up. He's on top. I couldn't see because I choked up.
That's a fanatic, by the way. Wouldn't yeah,
Yeah.
real fashion. Kajak. His name?
Hayok was
Plus 40.
ridiculous.
Plus
Plus
40
4.
on the series. Plus 40 on the series.
73 and 33. Like, plus 23, plus 6, plus 11. Jesus fucking Christ. And Heretics. Heretics lose another grand finals.
In real fashion.
Yeah. Well,
That's
I mean,
another. That's four. That's four grand finals. No, 5. 5 grand finals that Heretics have made that they've lost.
Get 2 here.
They're looking like the Buffalo Bills out there, bro.
Yo.
Yeah, heretics. Like, oh my god, why can't Pancata miss a shot? No, 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 no. It's oh my god, why can't heretics win a fucking grand final? Heretic.
I'm drumming the ice.
There's no way they don't work out.
Heretics are living up to the Choke 9 name more than Choke 9 are.
They're for just like a jiggle that.
Hey, Brun's not lurking.
Wingman's gonna plant spike.
14 gold.
My wingman's down. One enemy remaining. I'm good for 3. That's the spike.
Hello. Welcome back.
Welcome back. Welcome back. We are going to shortly be heading to our next map, which is Icebox. This is the map pick of Shadow 5 Rebellion, and if it's anything like the map before, it might be a bit of a close one. And as I was saying before, Icebox is not a map that these squads have played a whole lot. Brutalist KFC played it once, lost 9-13. Shadowfy played it 3 times and is 2-1 on this map. So surely there has to be most likely a decent amount of excuse me. Surely there's a decent amount of preparation that has been done for the side of Shadowfy Rebellion if they are feeling this confident going into it to play Ice.
Yeah.
So I believe you are going to be sending it over here a little bit.
I think we're
Silly.
doing
Oh, another
the
one.
observer switch, I think.
Yes. Give you all an update. Silly Geese beat Crew Map 1 13-7. PRX Parkinson's Really Exists versus Choke 9. PRX win Map 1 13-11. Not quite sure what the score was for the Pup versus Braun Rankers, but seems to be a lot of decently close games so far.
Yeah,
You know,
and Pup won
13-11
their game
scoreline is
before our game ended, so
we'll try to get ourselves in right away. I still love the MS Paint Wingman. It's a great
yeah.
great logo. I'm pretty sure Firebug made that one as alongside the OG TC logo that you said. Start
We love MS Paint logos here.
I love it actually. It's so
Dog.
my mom left that grabs car.
Oh.
I love it's silly, fun. I really. I do wonder where the thoughts of others. I'm gonna ask, like, hey, did you like? Was there any real thought process when you decided to make it blue and red and blue, or did you just kind of send it? And I do love how thin the
Jace, I
T
think you're cutting
is.
out a lot. I don't know if it's just me, but you might be cutting out.
Hello? Am I good now?
Okay. I think you're good now.
Um,
I don't know if it was just me, though.
sorry again. Asked by production, some things. I don't really mind whatever we do.
Yeah,
next.
whatever you think is best. If you want us
It
to,
doesn't really matter.
yeah.
We can
Jace, do you wanna?
Sure.
Might as well. All right, I'll open it.
No worries. Simply, just small production stuff. So we the casters can get higher quality. Nothing at all is going to change on the stream itself. I'm not exactly sure what we're still, but we will be headed in here shortly. Riley is still going to be playing this map. As we are almost ready to go in, I see some R's in the chat right now. Coach is not swapping slot. It's for some reason. I don't know if they're actually there. Took 5. I think he heard like a take 5. To get another look back here at the map, at the look at the maps here. Again, Lotus won 10 for the side of KF. Very close. A very close game. We saw a lot of runs being a lot of runs from both squads. As it does look like the coaches are now here and ready, so we should be ready to go here and send it. Excuse me, send it in a moment. That play button has been hit, and we are now loading into this map. Here come Agent Select.
Warrenator on Gecko. Beans for all on the Clove. Guilty Crown's hovering Viper. Anna is hovering Sova. We're looking like, okay, we're getting a no duelist comp out for KFC. And considering that we're also seeing Raw Alejandro on Clove, we may be seeing no duelist, potentially even mirror comps for both sides. We're seeing Clove, Viper, Gecko, Sova, all of which are being hovered for SR, and all of those are being played on KFC side as well, so...
One thing that you don't commonly see is a double controller. One thing you commonly don't see...
picked something, thankfully.
Well, one thing you don't commonly see is a double controller, but here this is a double controller mirror comp with the Clove, which is very interesting to see because there's not really many spaces you can put something like a clove smoke that would be very beneficial. Yeah, you could. I guess you could also substitute it for a Viper orb in mid.
Yeah,
Especially with those being able to place those in
I think
clove, being able to place
it's also some
smokes
level
after
of
they
more
die.
use. It's also more useful, like towards that A side, where you can just use it to smoke off that like heaven angle. You can use it if you get like the positioning right. I think you can actually use it to smoke off that back B angle a little. You can use it to smoke off that back B angle. I'm not sure if it leaves a gap or not. I think you can get it to not leave a gap if you do it really well, but it's but it's like you need to do it like near perfectly in order to get it that third B, I think. I'm not sure though. Alejandro scanned.
Yeah, Beats Fall gonna just start slowly walking up. Strong Maniac's gonna be able to find the first pick. Riley backing him up. Alejandro, does he decide to swing through? No, just decides to sit inside the smoke. Here comes Dizzy, possibly. Spam's gonna come through. The Dizzy comes in a little bit late. Good amount of damage being dealt through the smoke as Riley,
The shock
darts.
And
Leaving
now,
Anna alone. 1 versus 4.
And spotted.
Revealing area. Perfect.
Nice shot, but Freesty flying in on that rope. Gonna bring the pistol round over to the side of Shadow 5 Rebellion. And I want to bring it back to this comp. Because, again, you normally don't see a double controller. Much less...
I mean,
a clove...
Harbor
having
is fairly common.
Placing swamp grenade.
Not
Especially
exactly
post-fail meta.
anymore.
Well,
A little
post-fail
bit.
meta, we've been seeing a lot of it, actually. Even though I don't like Esports World Cup in the qualifiers, we have seen quite a lot of Harbor on APAC.
Uh-oh. Stuck in the ceiling goes the camera. Gotta repair that drone. As all 5 players for the side of KFC just sitting here. Dizzy gonna come through, but Alejandro's gonna be the one to start to do the damage, and 2 players do fall. But that's still the Bulldogs kept up.
Right then. Some more of that and you're in the shite. Placing sentry. Placing swamp grenade.
Again, slowly walking up as Alejandro takes that timing to the smoke, but he doesn't win the fight. So now still just full sprinting it through. What they're going to be able to do, they're going to be able to find 2, almost a third. It's going to be Warrenator to steal that 3rd kill from him, though.
Spike planted.
Now Freezy stuck alone and not a great position as, well, you already have Super backing up for a save.
Yeah, and you have to consider, is it really worth it to save the Bulldog? And the answer is probably no.
Yeah, so you're going to
Super
have
saving a
Freezy
Vandal,
run
so-
into maybe get a
Potentially
little bit of
find an
damage,
exit.
maybe tap the spike a little bit towards the end, draw a few players closer towards it. Is that smoke's going to go through? That's going to bring some players over, perhaps.
Last player standing.
Okay, well, no, it will not be. So all players will survive. And a very, very clean round for the side of KFC.
Yeah, all 5 survive it for KFC is really just what you want to see on an anti-bonus. So, because that just can let your economy, especially if they can convert this next round, that can just let your economy snowball so fast, and it can mean that you could have money for days from round 4.
This round is absolutely a must-win for the side of Shadowfire Rebellion. Not a lot of anything to work with. Alejandro to get the trade on his Clove counterpart. 4-on-3 now for the side of Shadowfire. I was gonna say, yeah, one ult orb off of the Gecko. Not a lot of HP to work with here for Strong Maniac. You know, Will gets spotted. Alejandro to try and play the hero now, and they'll find 3. Traz, 1 versus 3. What are you gonna do? And the answer is nothing. Alejandro with a 4K on the round, and it just feels like the same thing over and over again here in the middle of A main, where it's just the Clove slow walking up, taking a duel, and has been winning the duel every single time so far as I'm aware. Except for maybe the pistol round. But that was the round they absolutely needed to win because of their economy, and they have done so perfectly. Riley still only 400 credits to her name, but with a lot of other cash spread around the rest of the squad, I'm sure they're not worrying too much. Super going to be able to break that Abel drone. They're going to keep themselves pushed forward. Again, it's another push in front of A main for Alejandro. Alejandro gonna get taken out, and they're gonna have to try to find the kill, but they trapped themselves inside of jail. So now the chase is on to try and find something to stay alive, maybe just a little bit of info, and they will find none. No enemy spotted.
Bomb grenade out.
Freezy left alone in this B site. Try to hold it down. Plant comes down and will not be denied. The spam will be able to get the kill after the plant, though, as out comes Thrash.
And they stopped her. Right there.
Going to get shut down. Not a lot of HP. And,
Wingman's defusing.
waiting to try and find a timing as Wingman's going to go on top of the spike. A Strong Maniac with a triple spray down.
Wingman for the win.
Make it 4-1, Shadowfire.
Nah, this is light work. We're chilling.
Placing sentry. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
Deploying drone.
Not going to be able to find the tag on the super, so neither squad really being able to get a whole lot of information out of that. But you see Beans taking this perfect timing, and they're going to be able to find Freezy, and they know that there's still this player in back yellow. And now the enemy Global is going to be used. Beans needs to search, hunt for this frag. Knife out, gonna try to get it. Is there enough time? Yes, there is.
Spike planted.
Opening up the site. Riley gonna have to take this duel against Beans, but Beans a little bit too strong, gonna win it out on 3 now.
Last player.
Alejandro moving out. That's gonna be 4. Knows where the last player is. No ace to be found. Warrenator is going to steal it away, but
It's a second round.
Brilliant
on the
round.
board, and it was just, and it felt like it kind of came down to just absolute heroics from Beans for all. It's just Beans getting 4 there and just completely just tore them apart.
Freezy gonna be spotted. Nice shot from Super, taking out Beans, who, surprisingly, I mean, obviously you have this no duelist composition, so it makes sense that you gotta have someone that isn't a duelist to be taking some of these duels. It's just interesting to me that, but I guess at the same time, it would make sense that it would be the Clove, because you can still smoke after death, still do everything else, or you can still take those engagements. You have a little bit of utility to take those duels.
Poison's off.
Take back gonna go down. Anna.
Spike down B. 30 seconds left.
To be able to find one. But with this spike down out in the open, this
And
wingman getting
it's
caught, it's
no-
gonna be so difficult. And they're just standing
Yeah.
around. I think they just might have just called a save. Warinator gonna try and do his best, but there's not enough time. There's 13 seconds left. You still gotta pick up the spike. 10 seconds left now. Warinator trying to be the hero. As that Hunter's Fury
Spike planted.
will kill the
And the bomb
Planter.
is down.
Spike still down. No idea where the last player lies, but Guilty Ground won't get away with it.
It just feels like that was nearly a honest, a true honest melting round, but the plant went down at the final moments, but because it came down so late, it just completely fell apart, and you were guaranteed to lose one to the Sova ult. You had to choose either do you lose the round to the to not planting the spike, or do you just die to the Sova ult? And they chose to die to the Sova ult, and then couldn't win out the 1v2.
Warinator, after pushing through, did get his Thrasher online. It's time to use it now, but you gotta wonder if perhaps they could have used it a little bit earlier. Alejandro, the beautiful ruse. Or the metal. Nice shot from Warinator. Even back up the numbers here. There's still a lot of ultimates online here for the side of KFC. You got that lockdown. You got that Hunter's Fury. The Viper's Pit as well. Lockdown will be invested as Riley is just stuck alone in the back of the site. That's just going to leave Freezy to try to get a little bit of damage, but ultimately going to have to be forced away. Two on three retake, and that spike plant gets denied here. They have to go up into the crosshairs of Freezy. This could be a bit of a blunder. Now they have to use the Viper's Pit to even feel safe in this round. That's two major ults and what should have been a done deal.
But Guilty Crown's out of the pit, and it's gonna drop.
They're dropping. They're gonna lose the duel. Left all on the Guilty Crown. Spots the leg. Gonna move around. Spots the first. Not sure if they're sticking it or not. Calls the bluff. Tap comes through the spam. Still calling the bluff. Knows that they're not on it. Still not 100% sure. Spots them. But the classic right click is there to do the deal.
The time is tight, but there's so much. It's just
that's a lockdown. That's a thrash. That's a Viper's Pit and a round loss.
When they invested, that feels like a back-breaking round there. Investing like so many ult into that, only to lose, and just like that, it's just it's just a complete and
though,
total
it-
collapse there.
Yeah,
Like,
sign
you
the-
use
wanna
the
stay in
thrash,
pace,
you're not
which
able
is
to
what's
reclaim
confusing me.
it. Now in this round, they're only left with the Stova ult to work with in terms of ultimates.
You've been seeing this A main
That's why we
fight
don't have
an
any,
absolute ton. Bean's gonna be able to find this duel as strong. Maniac gonna be able to triple up, maybe even a quad, but no. Riley, those shock darts
Remaining.
could be a bit dangerous,
Spike
but it
down
won't
A.
get done. 1 versus 2 scenario here for Anna.
And I
Definitely
don't think
possible,
he's about to
but
flank.
very difficult. No information about where the other
Spike
two
planted.
players lie. Has a Hunter's Fury, but doubt that they're going to want to use it. Going to have to try to check this flank, but can't find the shot on the Freezy.
Oh, no, you don't deserve my inventions.
I mean, it's just a great defensive. It's just been an incredible half out of SR so far, and it feels like no matter what KFC do, there's just no way for them to really like get off the ground. They've been like investing through. Again, I'm going back to that one round. Going back to the round before this, and they invested 3 ults. And only for it to come out with nothing, and the economy is just incredibly strong right now for SR.
Yeah, both economies, the credits and the ultimates. You got 4 on the side of Shopify. Oh, Super's gonna get caught asleep. Sleep at the wheel, spots the shoulder of Alturas. Swarms to try and clear stuff out. Knows Alejandro stuffed in the corner, so they're gonna force him to back away. And they're just going all the way through, gonna be able to find one. Shock dart spam, utility. Plenty.
No.
It's gonna be 3
Down
for
A.
Alejandro. Just holding down this A side
Oh.
to perfection. 4 on the round. You know damn well they're going for the ace. Can't find it. Gonna pop the not dead yet. Still gonna go for it. Can't find it. Beans for all. Now an opportunity to clutch. However, only 20 seconds left. Spike is down. They still got a plant. They're not gonna go to pick it up. Can't find the shot. It's gonna be so damn difficult. As the
And
spam
it's a
from Freezy will
spam.
do him in.
I
8
mean,
to 2.
again, these defensive rounds have been absolutely incredible. Like, sure, they invested the Clovalt for no value, but like, the Clovalt does, like, sure, it has some value, but the value isn't always that high, especially
Recalling my
on
bot.
defense. When often you're dying in positions where they're just taking the site and they're just crunching all around you, and if you were to ult in most situations, you just end up dying again.
Nice spam from Freezy. Shot's gonna come through. Beans is in a very interesting situation here. Super's gonna take out Alturas though, so it's a 2-on-3, but not a lot of HP for Warrenator.
Does Riley know about Warrenator?
Well, it looks like we're about to find out, as she is.
Spike down B.
That spike down, Beans for all.
1v3.
Gonna be able to spot him out. Yep, he will be able to get it done.
Dropping smokes.
Smokes go down. Riley, this is gonna be This is gonna be another isolated 1 versus 1 duel here that they're gonna win.
30 seconds left.
Unknown where the last player lies. 20 seconds remaining. Clove versus Clove. You get the spike down. You can still use the not dead yet as they just pass right behind each other. It's the sprint towards the safe site. They got in more than enough time to plant.
10
Alongside
seconds
the ultimate online.
Spike planted.
Full kit of utility here for Alejandro. 1 smoke. Alongside the metal. 4 beans. We're all gonna try and take the duel! And it's the 1v3!
Felt like a must-win
Last
clutch
round
there
in the
for
half.
Beans for all, and manages to get it done in what looked like a done deal of a round 1v3, and just managed and just isolating one by one. It felt a little bit strange from SR, where they were just all playing alone, and even once they found out where Beans for All was, they still chose not to group up at all.
Yeah, just a little bit of breathing room here. Beans still gonna be taking this duel. Not gonna win it, but gonna be using that not dead yet. And will be able to keep themselves alive for just a moment longer. Sitting inside that smoke with the shorty.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Lockdown is online, but doesn't hit him. Hunter's Fury just gonna be ripped to try to get some damage off. Won't hit Soup. Only gonna get 2 bursts off.
Last player standing.
It's gonna have to be raw aim duels. This would be for the ace clutch, and it's not gonna happen. So a little bit of breathing room here for the side of KFC, but still an 8-4 deficit that they face.
Yeah, considering that this was 8-2, this could have been so much worse.
Target out.
I felt like KFC finally were coming online, like towards the end, like at the very end of the half, and finally making some adjustments to what they were doing. They were playing a little bit more in mid, like, and they also finally started to, well, win fights.
Scanning ahead.
Dink from Soup, but Beans is still gonna stay alive despite it. So now you gotta be careful here. KFC starting to push and pull their way back. But it's gonna be the double from Strong Maniac.
Right there.
Passing each other through the smoke. Leaving Riley alone in a 1 versus 3. Alturas with the triple on the round. And that's going to be the pistol here for the side of KFC, and a very crucial pistol indeed.
Felt effectively like a must-win pistol here, and because if they had lost this, it felt so much like SR would just completely run away with the game. Because pistol win, that put them up at 9. Then they'd be very heavily favored in the anti-eco, putting them on 10. And from there, down 10-4, it's very, very hard for you to actually find your way back in after that.
Placing alarm bot.
Scanning ahead.
See this 5-man A lean.
Right here. No charges.
And a nice double spray down there with the Spectre. See if maybe they can... Good shot if I can force this plant down, but no, they cannot. It's going to be 4. Looking for the ace. Can we see the first ace? No, we will not.
No. It's all 4Ks all the way down.
Here.
Someone call up Cryo.
Remember, your weapon is only a tool.
I,
You can't just
when did
Got nothing
everyone
but
start?
4Ks.
think.
When did everyone start playing ISO Jet and Chamber?
Alarm bot out. Placing swarm grenade.
Take flight.
I see this first full buy round with no presence whatsoever towards A. Super gonna go back and maybe re-clear a tiny bit, get a little bit of information as Beans gonna be able to find a beautiful timing alongside that Dizzy to find a double.
No charges.
Andro to find him.
Spike down B.
Coordinator onto Riley. And it's gonna be the Ares. The Ares to shut it down.
And now Super left in a 1v4. I think
To
you might just
deny
have
the
to call
bonus
for
round
save.
conversion.
You might just have to save here. It feels brutal, but
30 seconds left.
this 1v4 feels near impossible with the positioning. They're all grouped up, and then even still, you have Death from Above.
We'll find the first, so now you know where he is. It's gonna have to be some miraculous heroics,
And
but
the
too many
only
angles to
hurt-
worry about.
Gun here.
There was just so many, like, I feel like that was like a near perfect way to play that 4v1 there. Just the setup was really good out of a KFC there. We're gonna see a timeout coming out from SR, but I'm just gonna take a minute to just highlight that. It was, they had two low and to play Death from Above, and then they had one in mid to just to potentially hold in, to like hold for that mid angle, and even potentially just hold for like a rotate out or save. Like it was a like just a really good way to play that 4v1. Now I think they're gonna be talking about just trying to like maybe maybe play in mid a little bit, because they've been mainly going for more direct hits and it hasn't been working out very well for them. So maybe they're gonna put a person in mid, leave a lurk, and then just and maybe play more off timings. Leave one in
5
mid.
unanswered rounds here for the side of KFC to try and tie this game up. A beautiful shot.
Mid, and
gotta care for this Odin, which is definitely an interesting buy because there's not really many places to spam.
going with a little bit of the
Notes that there's a Bulldog down tube. Guilty might be overstaying his welcome a little bit. Is Super on the punish. Taking out his doppelganger is Warrenator.
Warrenator trades one back, but and now on the angle.
They're gonna start walking back towards A, and I guess, well, here's where the Odin might come in handy.
30 seconds left.
No armor on Super and light shields on the rest of the squad. They could just get absolutely melted here by this Odin. ADS
right
down.
into it.
Start at that maximum fire rate. 10 seconds left. You gotta start to get this plant down. The spray's gonna come through. And now what are they gonna be able to do? Be able to find a second, a third! Not gonna be able to find the fourth, but there's not enough time to plant regardless. So it's gonna be a tie game at 8. Make it 6 unanswered rounds now for the side of KFC. And they're looking to take the lead for the first time in the map.
I feel like the timeout had to have talked about this round especially, because now because last round was mainly an eco for them, and so now they're on a bye, and you've got to see something. We're seeing Super start towards mid. Putting that same orb as always. Beans for all in the smoke. I'm not sure if they're aware of this.
The amount of cloves have been playing in the smoke just to be Alejandro to sit on top of pipes, be able to find that timing on the Warrenator, then back out as that smoke in main falls. As Frazy's gonna be able to find one through the smoke under the Guilty Crown. Slowly backing away towards his B side. As you see these rotates fast coming through. It's gonna be a 3-on-5. Spike is late. Alturez might try to take a timing. Anna might just be the one to do it! Now it's back on to a 3-on-3. As you see, the whole squad scrambling back towards A.
All the controls
Skedaddling on out.
evaporated.
And Beans reads this, puts down the smoke and sits perfectly inside of it. Are they going to be ready for this player inside the smoke? Are they going to use any utility to clear it? But they find the beautiful timing!
Like I never left.
Not dead yet, going to be popped. Forcing him back. Alejandro, 1 versus 3. We saw Clove do it before. And it will not be done this time. 7 unanswered.
It's just all falls apart when both die towards B. And it is an absolute collapse. They were in the process of rotating, but because of that, they had lost every bit of control that they had. They had control towards B and some towards A, and when they called back, but the people who called them back died, and they had given up their A control, and their B control just evaporated with the death.
First round that someone's trying to go for this aggressive play, and he's gonna go for more because they just cannot be stopped.
Placing sentry.
4-on-3.
They're all the way pushed up and towards B. I don't know if they're even aware of that Guilty Crown could be up here.
Target down.
And no.
And it keeps piling and piling on. It just feels like that Shopify right now, they just feel lost. Unsure of where to go.
Yeah, I feel like I need to see a double timeout.
You got Warrenator to also just to cancel out any sort of rotate as well. You have Guilty to swing out off of them as well.
Toxins going up.
Bit of a whiff. Still a 1 versus 3.
30 seconds left.
Trying to look for maybe a plant, a kill,
But there's
some
two
sort
here
of
to
consolation prize, but at the very least, we'll have the lockdown next round. Eight unanswered in a row. A current flawless defensive half. Beans for all on a 30 bomb. as they just cannot be stopped.
Yeah, it's just like Beans has just been on an absolute tear this map, and especially this half, just lighting up the scoreboard every single round, time and time again. And now the rotates are heading over towards B. Guilty Crown's alone for now, but not for long.
Dropping smoke.
Gonna be able to tag Alejandro through the smoke. This plant does go down, but it's an awkward plant. It's stuck behind the wall. It's not a safe one. Alejandro, his position now noted. It's stuck. Just wailing the utility everywhere. Finds Alejandro, can't find the shots. So finally they get out of that slump and finally answer back with a round of their own. It is going to be SR. So put it to 9-10.
But that doesn't feel like a repeatable round, as I fear that that's just a round that was solely off of heroics from Alejandro. And even if you have an incredible player like Alejandro's been great this map, 23 and 18, and Beans for All is 31 and 16. Like, even if you have players like those, you can't just rely on heroics to guarantee you to win you rounds all the time. You gotta be able to win them without.
Guilty Crown's gonna be able to find that opening frag. Gonna be looking for more, and can he find it? No, he cannot. You do need to remember, they did use the Thrash. They did use that that Hunter's Fury as Beans. Gonna find another. Suck in mid. Alejandro has found a very peculiar timing that his team might be able to use. Now they can't go too fast. We'll be able to find one. Maybe have a consolation prize, asking them to plant outside of the pit. They know that Guilty Crown is so low on HP. They just spam. No, they do not. We're gonna try and go through, but gets denied. Hunter's Fury online. 1 HP on Warrenator. It's just gonna be so awkward. The drone to try and find a scan. And it will. Alejandro should be dead to rights, and he is.
And now, it's all on Riley.
1 versus 3 for Riley.
One. That's only the one. And that's even more brutal because that money's reset now. It's down.
They still have some ultimates to work with, though. To try and string a round or two together, you gotta keep this.
They've got a little bit. They've got some money, but now they're. But after that round loss, they're reset down to the 1900, and we're getting another timeout.
And here's what I'm thinking, right? Do you see that the defense here has this Killjoy lockdown? I feel like Riley's #1 goal here is to stay alive, because Riley's Hunter's Fury needs to be able to break that Killjoy ult or deny a defuse in a important situation.
You're also looking at the with the ults on this attacking side. You have the Viper's Pit. You have, like, other than the Riley, it feels like needs to save the Sova ult, but other than that, you still have the Viper's Pit. You have the Gecko Thrash. You're 2 off of the Clove Not Dead Yet, and with those ults being so close, and none of the ults really being anywhere near for the side of KFC, and it's just feels like SR need to get value out of these ults. And they need to do it now.
We start trickling our way down towards the end of this map 2. Or could end up being a map 3.
Right here.
Alejandro just gonna walk through, find a pick on the Guilty Crown. And look at Beans. Oh, Super's ready for it though! A beautiful shot!
Spike planted.
And now Beans can just run away.
And the rotate's coming through, they're gonna try to contain Soup. Ina will be able to get the kill, but Beans will then fall, and that's going to be a long rotate over. Out comes this lockdown, but it's so far away. It's not a good lockdown. They're perfectly safe to sit here in main. Still the Dizzy online to deny this flood out. And slowing it down, it will. Wingman on the spike, no longer on! But the frags are there! No defuse coming in just yet. 1 versus 3, and it will not be found, but is there enough time?
I don't know.
No, there is not!
Absolute miracle out of Strong there. There's just not enough time, and now...
The hesitation. They heard the thrash come out and got off the spike, not thinking that their teammate could break it in time.
And they've only
That slight bit of hesitation, that split second where they get off and ends up costing them the round, potentially. Just never know if they would have gotten that duel.
The game.
Look at, oh my goodness, look at Beans. He's already all the way through. Could you hear that Killjoy throwing utility? Gonna hear him stomping around, slowly creeping around the corner. Does he ever spot him? No, he does not. And now down goes the turret, so he's lost his timing. But now you got this player walked all the way through. Alejandro, spotted trying to cross. You still got 3 ultimates on the side of Shopify. Do they invest this Viper's Pit? It looks like no. For the time being, yes, now they will. Alejandro are going to pop that not dead yet. He's going to be pushing into the defender spawn. As it's a party inside the pit. The walk through mid will be found. As it's looking to be tied up at 11 here.
Last player standing.
A great recovery after a big scare. After 8 consecutive rounds. But now we're tied up at 11. Make a wish. Because you're gonna need one to come out on top here.
It feels like if you're KFC, you might just be hoping for another Beans round where Beans for All can just go ahead and kill 2, kill 3, and just win a round on his own.
Right there.
Thrash is online now, though. Alongside one off the Hunter's Fury for Enna. So, big ultimates can very, very well be in play here as this force buy for the side of KFC. Let's see if it works out for them. Enna's gonna be able to find one through the smokes. A nice spam. No, it wasn't even through the smokes. Bean just walking down, cannot find the shot. Super, that's a big, big kill to find. As they're gonna all rotate over towards B. They think it's over towards B. The whole squad is over towards the opposite side of the map.
And is doubling back, but it's only the one, and it's 5 HP.
Can they find one? No, they cannot. Down goes the Hunter's Fury. Plant goes through, and I don't think they're gonna have enough money next round. They might just try to save, like, they might want to save a rifle or two that they can and play for overtime. because this is gonna be so damn difficult to do.
But they're still going for it.
That's gonna rip out the Hunter's Fury, actually. Pushing Riley. Kind of stuck around the corner. But it's not gonna work out. 12 to 11. You have the crash. You have the Hunter's Fury. But you don't have money.
The economy is tight, but they can still squeeze out a buy. Guilty Crown's not gonna have the full rifle, and I think Beans will, and several of them will be forced down to light shields. Meanwhile, we've got SR on 12 who have just a complete and total full buy. Anything monetary that they could ask for, they have. They could have even potentially chosen to buy an op, with Riley having 5.3k, but they chose against it.
One ult orb away from this lockdown for Shadowfy Rebellion. Spots the turret, but doesn't spot the Killjoy. Nerves at an all-time high. No one wants to be the one to make the mistake that sends this into overtime.
Might just be looking to try and get Freezy this orb here. And then...
Yeah, they're just slowly start walking forward. Their orb is still in A main. And out comes the explosion. They're gonna give the orb to Strong Maniac, and he will get the Thrash off of this plant. Hunter's Fury to deny the plant. Delay just a little bit longer. Try to find a tag. One tag found, but no kills. Beans for all, just swinging out of rafters, and down goes the Thrash. No Thrash available online. Beans just gonna walk through. The triple kill for Beans. The hero that they needed. Crazy 1 versus 3. Finds the shot. Needs to pull out the shorty. Jumping through. It's so awkward. But we go to overtime. Gets to the fuse halfway, but a brilliant, brilliant round.
It feels just like a misplay, not giving that orb to the Killjoy for the lockdown to take sight.
Well, I think what the reason for that,
come to regret that.
I think the reason for that was because they saw that Riley had her Hunter's Fury online. They didn't want to go for that ult orb because they knew, well, what's the point? It's just going to get destroyed anyway. Let's get this plant off, give it to the Gecko, and have him use this Thrash to shut them down as they try to flood out onto site. And unfortunately, it just didn't work out well enough for them.
Yeah. And it just
win by 2. You keep going. Get an extra timeout in overtime. Or rather, you earn one back if you'd already used one. Beans gonna be able to find one to super. He's at 37 on the map.
Running away. They're just running to the other side of the map, and the only one here is Freezy.
And he's gonna take the spike as well and get that Not Dead Yet online.
Over.
Look at Warrenator as well. He's gonna hear these rotates, and he's just gonna tell his whole team, everyone chill. I have a timing. You just need to live, and this round is ours. Beans, I don't know if they're gonna clear him. They sort of half clear him, but he's gonna win that duel. Not Dead Yet gonna get popped just to buy that little bit of extra time for this Gecko to rotate over. 3-on-3 now. Tap goes through. They know he's not on it, but there's no way in hell they expect him here.
And now it's Freezy. It's just an impossible 1v3.
Warrenator just playing with his food. Ain't that gonna be the one to take him down?
Switching sides.
Yeah, you have
Match
to be
point.
kicking yourself with your SR. Now, you had a match point, and you're gonna take your final timeout out here.
They were up by so much. They were up by so much. And then they gave up 8 consecutive unanswered rounds. They try to claw their way back, but now they find themselves on the disadvantage in overtime. One mistake and we go to map 3.
Yeah.
Beans,
It was 8.
38 frags.
Yeah. Beans has just been an absolute monster this map. And as you mentioned, the 8 consecutive, they were up 8-4, 8-2 actually. And then the 8 consecutive rounds completely, and then after those 8 consecutive rounds, they managed to go up to 12 first. And then they lose that final round, their one opportunity at match point. And then now their opponents have an opportunity to close it out here and now. Close out the series, just close out this map, end the series. This is series point for KFC right now. And SR have to be feeling the pressure.
Absolutely. They had this map in the bag at what felt like before the half was even over that they had the map in the bag. But now they face the possibility of getting shunned into map 3. Beans for all, not gonna happen. Shut down instantaneously. And that's the break that SR needs.
But there's 3 towards this A side. And they might just be heading towards it. But they're doubling back to B. And now it's just the one to answer. Guilty Crown on his own, having a fairly quiet game, but has an opportunity if played well enough to close this out.
Riley shock darts to clear any sort of possible nano swarms. That snake bite's gonna miss. Plant goes down. Full kit of utility. 1 orb off of that thrash. Excuse me, 2 orbs off of that thrash. Alejandro. Maybe overstaying his welcome a little bit. The lurk through mid's gonna get shut down. Freezy found out. Wingman's gonna get shut down as absolute hell breaks loose out onto the side, but they're not gonna win the round. We go again.
Another
Switching
day,
sides.
another overtime.
Placing sentry.
And now
Ball coming
SR,
back.
and now
Here.
SR, like, that's just a weight off their shoulders. No longer, like, facing that, no longer facing just the lower bracket right then and there. They have another chance to, they have a chance to reach map point.
Bam's coming through. Alejandro and Strong Maniac just simply melts them.
That's a kill. I got the spike.
But this was a 5v2. Now back in a 2v2. If SR lose this, they have to kick. They've got to be feeling the pressure now. This was a 5v2.
Last player standing.
Back like I never left.
Bean. I mean, he's already on 40 and he's looking for more, but it can't. It's just not enough.
SR just managing to save themselves from a 5v2 to a 2v2 and now to a 2v0. SR still managed to win the
Switching
round
sides.
despite a little hiccup
Match
in the
point.
mid round. And now KFC have got to be feeling the pressure. It's KFC
The side
and
where they
now
won 8 in a
KFC
row.
are 1 round away from KFC are back on the defense. They had previously, as you mentioned, they had previously won 8 in a row on this. But now, they are just, more, and now.
Alturas playing pixel angle, spraying a little bit too early, giving away his location. Gonna get smoked off now, as now that puts so much pressure, thinking, are they leaning in? Alturas gonna try to take that duel. No kills to be found, just a bit of damage dealt to Alturas. Beans for all. He's already on 40. What more can he do? He gets caught off.
And now it's Guilty on his own.
And
Can't
he
even
can't
find
do anything.
one.
Spike planted.
3v5, trying to save themselves, trying to save this map. And
Guilty Crown just
now
trying to
it's
do their
two.
best.
And now it's 1.
And now
a 1v5.
Warinator 1 versus 5. It's not gonna happen.
And we go! Map 3.
It was a bit scary there for a while, but they eventually closed it out as we will head towards this map 3.
of Split. And
This
SR
one-
have so much experience on it.
But surely both. There's no way that they let Split just simply slip through
Without having a
having
plan of
something
their own.
prepared, knowing that their opponents had played it so many times.
Unless KFC let it through simply thinking that they would win 2-0, which I feel is they have to have some
Should
sort
never
of plan.
assume.
Yeah, you should never again. Yeah, as you said. You should never assume, especially in a game like this.
So we will head to a short break before we head to the third and final map of the series, taking us to Split. See you. in a-
What?
Smoking.
Molly back here. Molly like back
No.
map. Molly map. Molly map.
What? Wait, what?
One.
What?
Crazy.
I can't.
He's behind you. Timer isn't counting down.
Don't know if it's so losable.
Wait, what?
Take notes.
Could be close left, by the way.
I know,
Oh, it's 10
30
minutes?
seconds left.
You sucking. Put the fuck off.
Oh, yeah.
Can't use that yet.
Okay, flash.
Spike planted.
Why is that one Nemui in spawn?
I'm holding to your TP. I'm gonna piss him out.
Maybe he's on site.
And I missed him.
Oh, what? You died?
Yeah.
Call.
Like this.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god.
Dynamic duo. Are we losing this?
Yeah.
Oh, he's taking unlucky.
So losing.
Oh my god! Get fucked!
Cover going out.
Night night.
Siphon, just leaving it. Yeah, I got you.
Jace, do you got any water on you?
What the fuck, dude?
One lid,
Or something to drink?
Was that a move?
For that, it was.
Yeah, okay. Should be tagged. You can wallbang that.
I
wanted that.
Go up.
Oh, on.
What are you doing? You must
W key too.
Oh, sun.
What are you doing?
Or not sun, I guess.
Must W key too.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry, I got scared, so I answered power.
Hookah.
Shock it.
That is a ballsy move.
Out of here.
Oh, fucking way.
Oh my.
Wait, they're calling me.
You have one more thing, you have one more thing.
That's not all the game. Yes.
You left respawn, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
You're on me.
Spike
Yeah,
down B.
Could you outside B?
Backside.
You should run.
Nice.
I'll break the ult.
You have 2 rockets, you have 2 rockets.
120, 120.
You have 2 rockets, ult is 0.
Here.
Oh! Stairs. Almost downstairs. Stunning. Chamber stone.
Here's CT one.
Spike
I'm terrible, wow.
Viper should be low.
Others also.
last player standing.
Both in pit.
Left side pit.
Oh, you did it!
I'm some buns.
40 on.
Reeling them in.
I have your elbow.
Holy shit!
Spike down A.
Cypher with Larry.
One enemy remaining.
Cypher is
One
Larry.
enemy
Oh
remaining.
my god.
Making noise.
Could have timing me for mid already. Do you hear?
Nope, hold up.
Probably linked.
Oh, nice.
Oh my
Holy
god.
shit.
Defeated.
Yeah, where's your Bucky?
Can we go please go B-Link? Like, I'll make nice for you all. I'll make nice.
Revealing area.
Device is here. Oh, Device popping all his abilities. Beautiful! Be artistic.
I hear Link.
Just give me the toilet.
I think.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, oh.
Pushed up. There's one back ball to Dice. And
I'm back.
Two.
One enemy remaining.
Insane.
Walk through and kill them.
What the fuck am I seeing?
Yeah, they're all pushing me.
What?
I blocked like
So awesome, man.
Can we
It's actually
rotate?
just playing shotgun. Yeah.
Can we run? Nice.
Any ults to delay? Maybe.
Coming outstairs. On site.
Nice, lady.
No, he was B-door. Okay, we're crazy.
What?
I'm blind again.
Get out of my way!
There's I love being both twice playing. So is heaven.
One enemy remaining.
Power health of.
Don't question it, bro. Oh my god.
I'll blind or I'll stun.
Okay.
Why would I not throw the harbor wall?
Don't do it, so I can capitalize on the people stunned and running away.
Hello and welcome back. I hope you guys
Welcome back.
used your break to get like some water, maybe get a snack.
As both teams are ready to get into map number 3, which is split. As you see, a lot of games going to map 3 here. Well, I say a lot, but you know it's
half. It's half.
yeah.
50-50.
Choke 9 versus Pure X going to map 3. as we ourselves head over to split.
We once again see this double sentinel out of KFC. Then we have Alejandro just cycling through all of the duelists.
And this is obviously not do or die. You still have the lower bracket run if you do fall here. However, you know, that lower bracket run is still a long way to go.
Yeah.
Obviously, neither of these two squads want to be met with the unfortunate outcome of being forced down into that lower bracket. Shopify Rebellion, their most recent game on Split, played on the 11th of this month. They won 13-4. See how this one is out. And we'll see if Beans for All can really hammer it home again, dropping over 40 kills in the last map.
But it wasn't quite enough.
Only to be met with an overtime loss. It's always so interesting. I have found that, at least for myself, the few times where I have dropped 40 plus kills in game, I've always lost. And I've seen it happen to a lot of other people too. Like if I'm on the enemy team where there's someone on the, where I'm playing and someone on the enemy team drops a miraculous 40 kills, they still end up losing.
I mean, to an extent, the only way that you drop 40 kills is when the rest of your team isn't really showing up much. So, and the thing is, this is a team game, and no matter how good you are, you can never win solo.
Absolutely. Beans for All with that grab net in mid. The timing with the seat, with the nade. That's gonna find two. Beautiful usage of utility.
Shadows traveling. Stealing sight.
Crazy left alone on the site.
One enemy remaining.
Blinded up.
I survived obliteration. I will survive them.
Wait, Max, is the stream following Kyonma? I don't think so. Wait.
Never mind. No, it is.
No, it is. Okay.
Now we're good to go. chaos erupting. Bean's just gonna try to get that gravity net out. Can't really do it in time, though. Seems to be a very strong defensive stand here. Guilty Crown with that double up. Building up that Rolling Thunder here early on. KFC going to be able to take the 2-0 lead.
The only thing that they lost was the Ghost. And that's a very early timeout. That kind of makes me wonder, like, what's happening to cause them to pull the trigger on a timeout so very early.
That is very intriguing. It's round 3.
Is
round 3 and they ripped the timeout
in the SR camp or something? I don't know. Because
that is
ripping a timeout so early leaves me wondering whether it was some. Because surely you shouldn't be ripping a strategic timeout round 3. It's got to be something mental. So leaves me wondering what's happening. Either that or they just did it for shits and giggles, but who knows?
In map 3?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not quite sure. Alejandro satcheling his way across. Got Warrenator just gonna pick Riley off through the wall. Gonna get into the smoke with Beans, but Judge versus Rifle in that scenario, the Judge would win 9 times out of 10. Wall's gonna go off. And still just going to hold their ground. The back of the site! But Frazier's gonna spot him. Shoulder. So this B side is cracked wide open as this long and tedious rotate comes through. 4-on-3 situation here, but these smokes are gonna fade well before a strong Maniac gets even close to the site.
Thankfully for them,
Sun
there's
comes
no one
through.
peeking heaven.
Yeah, plant is gonna go down. Aftershock not gonna do anything.
Hornet is concerned
The utility to be used here.
Pushed up and he is right.
Yeah, super. Gonna be taking some of those engagements, baiting out a lot of this noise. The paranoia is gonna hit 2 of them. I think they don't know about the second. It's such an awkward fight here. It's gonna be super in a 1 versus 3, and he can't do it.
That's a bonus round converted out of after you pull a timeout, and that's gotta feel bad. You pull a timeout round 3, and now and then after you pull the timeout round 3, you lose the bonus. That's gotta feel
Sound sensor up.
really bad, and I need to see them win, if not this round, but the next. I don't think they have any idea about Beat for all. Only able to get away with the 1 though.
We have an awkward duel in mid. Both players somehow staying alive. It's a 3-on-3 with not a lot of HP. Most of the players in the server.
Strong Maniac is the only one.
Alturez has the
side
backstab
that can take
opportunity.
the bullet
Lost the first and the second.
Spike down A.
Leaving Freezy alone in a 1 versus 3 with but 5 HP to his name. Bit of a tall tale to ask anything out of him here. Maybe a bit of damage. Possibly even a headshot. But not going to be able to find either of those. As KFC taking a commanding 4-0 lead. However, you still have that Rolling Thunder on the side of Strong Maniac. Have the Neural Theft on Freezy. You got ultimates on the other side as well.
Last placed.
This start really leaves me
Now we
questioning what possessed them to take that timeout again in round 3. It's just that timeout taken so early just leaves so many questions, and especially with how this is going, not ones we have any sort of answer to.
Satchel out.
I know exactly where you are.
And Neural Theft is going to come out. Annihilation not going to find anything though. Freezy taking the timing. Going all the way towards the defender spawn. But is Anna going to be ready for this? Yeah, they are. They're holding on to it. Will comes down, and that's going to force them to double back. Wall is still there in B. But they're also still so aware of Freezy. And he loses his own timing. But he will find Alturas. Now the hit is on. He's going to get backstabbed from mid. Plant's going to come down.
30 seconds left.
Coordinator, a beautiful lurk all the way around. He finds 3.
Planted.
Strong Maniac unable to do anything about it. It's a 5-0 start.
5-0. And now, they're getting 3K on top of this, so they'll be able to squeak out a bye, but it isn't great. We're seeing, like, Super and Alejandro just get completely shut down. Both of them are 0-5 right now. Riley's been nearly completely shut down, 1-5. It's just been they've just completely shut them out. Warrenator and Altruis are just having an incredible game right now. And it's taking a little bit of chip damage from the fall though. Shouldn't matter too much, but might play a factor.
Alejandro to open things up. And sitting alone on the site. What are they going to be able to do? Going to be able to find the first and a second. That's more than you could ask for there in that scenario. Riley need to take this duel with Alturas in mid.
But does she know that he's talking to the corner?
Spike planted.
Plank goes down, so does the paint shells for Warrenator. And they know that there's still a big question mark in mid on if Riley is still here or not. So they can probably start speeding this up. Paint shell is going to come out soon alongside that paranoia. Paint shells are going to hit an awkward piece of geometry. Alejandro just holding on to that ult, not using it. Forcing all these players to back off, but it's a double satchel across. Alejandro with 3 on the round, knows they're not sticking. Spots Beads, but Beads comes out with the frag.
Come on.
And they have
6-0
more than enough
start.
time. Wait.
He's got it.
Sure. Okay.
Little bit of BM there.
Little bit of BM. I would have waited till the end of the round there.
One off the Annihilation again for Beans for All. We're 2 off of the
Showstopper. 2 off of the Showstopper, 1 off the Annihilation, 3 off of the Rolling Thunder, 3 off of the Steel Garden.
Rip and tear.
all of the ults are so close for them, and the only ults that's even is that they only have the breach ult on Strong Maniac, and the Viper's Pit is 2 off, but that's about it.
And setting the spot again! Gonna be able to punish!
And
decimation of Shopify.
We've really been seeing why they let this map get through. Like, Shopify has played this 8 times, and we said that they had to have a plan, and it's just been dominant.
Where I'm spotted, I'll be able to upgrade their weapon to a Phantom. Plant goes down. You got the Rolling Thunder to work with. We could potentially see the first round here for the side of Shopify.
And if not this time, we just get soon.
Terrence gets a little bit of info, but he's still so far away. This is a long, long rotate. Rolling Thunder still online, but you have the Annihilation. But he gets killed before it pops!
He died! That's the waste of the ult! The ult's gone! It's gone!
The fuse starting to come through. Super with the 1-on-2, and he's stuck against the barrier mesh!
Oh.
How do you let that happen?
How?
Guilty Crown now 1 off the Rolling Thunder of his own, and it is 7-0.
And that's the ult. The ult's gone. It took the ult, but it did nothing. It didn't get to go off. And now they're 1 off the Rolling Thunder, 1 off of the Steel Garden, 1 off of the Showstopper. And it's all here. It's all here for KFC. And it's just nothing's left for SR. Feels like there's no fuel left in the tank.
Oh my goodness, and Bean just adding insult to the injury by finding another perfect timing. Freezy slowly creeping forward, ready.
It's a defense-sided map, and
this fight against Anna.
Heavily defensive-sided comp, but they need to at least get something.
Riley crept up on and taken out.
And they need to get it fast. I feel like they need at minimum 2, and realistically they need 3 on this half. And
look at Edda and Freezy here and B-Main. They're finally going to be able to trade a couple of bullets towards each other, but none of them decide to hit. Paranoia coming through. Gonna have to try to come through. The beautiful flash from the Arc Rose is there. The gravity net, but the double lineup. 3 on 2, not impossible. But the stun nade combo might do him in. No, it does not. Showstopper going to miss. Freezy's still alive. Down to a 1v1. This would be for the ace. Are we going to be able to see one? Are we still going to be denied? Playing ring around the Rosie. But Warrenator comes out on top.
Croy was having a field day today. It's just 4Ks. There's been so many 4Ks where they get a duel, a chance at the ace, and it doesn't quite happen. Cryo, eat your heart out.
Side heavily towards A.
Listening.
Mind, they're still trying to go for some of these splits, some of these slow, methodical plays, but when you're down 8-0, sure, that last round was a bit close, but that came off of a double lineup. That came off of a collat.
That came off of heroics from Freezy. And as I mentioned last map, heroics aren't really repeatable, even when you're playing incredible.
And Anna is just terrorizing Freezy and B-Main. That's the 4th kill that they have on on Freezy in B main this half. That's the 4th.
That's most of their kills, too. And is at 6.
Alejandro's. We'll do a little bit here. Super.
Spike
But it doesn't matter because Beans fights 2. Guilty Crown can't find one, though. 2 on 2. But they don't have the spike. It's left alone in no man's land. And with that Annihilation online, with only 1 player to shoot back, that's gonna hit one. And absolutely no way in hell they're getting out of that.
1 enemy remaining.
3 down.
And now it's just
Riley is
Riley
stuck
in a
alone, running all the
1v2.
way around, but they hear her sprinting all the way over. Beans trying to the crosshair.
Accounted for.
That's a 9-0 now. This has just been an absolute, like, a massacre of a map. We need to see some signs of life. Here comes the second timeout, and we need to see something now. Because if it doesn't come now, I feel it'll already be too late. So it's now or never. It feels just like it's now or never. The economy isn't great either. Like, Vandal Light Shields, Guardian Light Shields. Riley has a Ghost and Light Shields right now, and Strong Maniac has a Bulldog Full Shields. It's...
They have to wonder. Now they have no timeouts left to work with for the rest of the map because they ripped the first one after round 2.
Yeah.
Which turned into a loss, to another loss, into another loss, into what is currently 9 straight. What is currently a flawless defensive half. What is currently 9-0.
Yeah. We need to see something from SR now.
Quad sec towards A is quickly dispersed as Guilty Crown decides to take the rotate over alongside Beans for All falling behind him. But a bit more slow and methodical. You see these thorns towards A. Beautiful timing on the thorns! Alejandro not going to be able to get taken down, though. He will be the one to find the kill. See if Enna can do something here. The double satchel out. The Rolling Thunder to help out. Enna gets taken out. That's the Rolling Thunder down. 4 on 3. First real advantage that they've had all map. Hear the player drop, surely. Riley playing with fire there a little bit as all 3 players sit down. That will delay the plant just a little bit of time. Maybe think about some sort of repositions. But you got Super there in mid to take down Warrenator. He's gonna 180 around. Almost gets there in time. Super to put it to rest. No 13-0 today. But it's still a whole lot of rounds to go before they even come close to getting back into this one.
I said it then, I said it before, but it had to be then. They couldn't really afford any more round losses other than the one. And now, and the timeout finally giving them a little bit of a breather to reset, and and now they're finally on board.
We're able to find one.
Got him. Thorns are wall trick.
Out comes this showstopper to take out Enna. So I guess that timeout worked.
Spike
Timeout might have been a
down
little bit
B.
too little too late. However, Spike goes down.
Last player standing.
Warrenator going for a bit of heroics here. As Altaurus is left in a 1 versus 4. So they will at least get 2 on the board.
Spike planted.
It just looks like he's just going to save the Phantom. It's a very, very clean round coming through from the side of Shopify. Oh wait, they just gave away a spot, so now they're gonna go hunting for. Now they know he's not lurking around. Riley deciding not to swing. Oh, nope, now they will. Get stinked. Is this gonna back off? Stay alive. Alejandro to find the frag.
Last
It's
round
9-2.
before the switch.
Looking at it economically, KFC's like economy is just gone from those 2 rounds.
Don't let up.
Alejandro just going in, finding 2. Almost finding a 3rd. Can't quite do so. It's Warrenator now to try to do everything. So Alturas is
now
left
it's
alone.
1v4 with a judge. Really no hope at all. Unless potentially one of them were to run into him and give him a gun.
Yeah, Freezy just gonna be. It's an effectively unwinnable round. Freezy just gonna swing off of his teammate's contact, but he doesn't even need to. Super to be the one to take him down. And it is gonna be a 9-3 half after a 9-0 start. So at least they got 3 rounds out of it. And you always know about the 9-3 curse and how difficult it can be to attack on this map sometimes.
Especially, I mean, honestly, considering that was 9-0 and it's a double sentinel, 9-3 isn't terrible.
Goes here.
It just felt so much worse than that because it was started off so bad. With it just felt like they couldn't do anything. But finally, they put together a string of 3 rounds at the end, and now they're in quite a. And now they're honest, especially if they can win this pistol, they're in a fairly good position.
Slowly walking forward, Alejandro to take that aggressive extension. Spycam gonna spot Beans.
I must wait a
He's
moment.
gonna be taken down. It's gotta be Freezy to do the impossible. Finds one, gets the drip off to find another.
Spike down A.
3-on-2 scenario.
Last player standing.
And he finds a 3rd. And a 4th. A miraculous hold from Cypher. Freezy
And
bringing them across the
now-
line.
Now that's a pistol round, and
That goes there.
with that, this could begin getting dangerous.
Starts with 1.
Yeah. It starts with 1, and that's the pistol. if they can convert this anti-eco cleanly, considering it's just classic. Oh, there's one stinger. It's 4 classics and 1 stinger on Warrenator.
A peculiar buy, but I think Warrenator, simply put, is just trying to do as much damage to the opponent's economy as he possibly can. Because if he just gets 1 or 2 kills, that's a pretty good. That's a great round out of him. They're just gonna pass this stinger around as they group up with him in mid. And with that stinger being heard, yeah, they're gonna drop it to Beans now that Warrenator's low and use him as bait. The stun comes through. The double stuns on both sides, so no one's really gonna be able to capitalize off of the amount of damage that's been dealt to both squads here. All 5 players sitting. Still just passing this stinger around, back and forth. Now they're going to explode out into B heaven, and they're just going to keep a hold of this B main space. Is going to be strong Maniac and Alejandro. Spike will go down. 5-on-5 retake, but not the weapons you want to be holding onto here. Not the HP you want to be working with. Alturas, what are you able to do with this classic? Going to be able to find 1 and a second! Down to a 2v2 now, but they're so damn low on HP. Walled off of heaven. That's their own teammates. Barrier mesh. As the stick comes through. But it's still a great round. They don't need to die.
No charges.
They don't. They still get the same amount of money because they got that spike down. You see, Warrenator is still able to fully buy into this next round. Got a Vandal, light shields. And a full belted utility! But it doesn't matter with a beautifully placed shot from Super.
The bonus round conversion could just let SR start to really snowball here. As, like, this like Vice Deadlock is always super defensive sided, and as Double Sentinel comps tend to be, and on a map that's already so defensive sided, now losing
That lets Beans take this walkout, but it doesn't matter. Alejandro to do it all. Super can't find the shots, but Maniac there to try to help back up their team. This was 9-0, now it's 9-6. 6 in a row now from Shotify. You gotta wonder when the timeout's gonna get called. That's 6 unanswered now, and you're starting to get a little bit on your back foot. You're up 9-0. You don't want to have to deal with the embarrassment of losing off of a 9-0 lead.
They need to do something. It feels like maybe not this round, considering it's a light buy. 4 stingers and 1 Vandal in Warrenator's hands. Managing to find the first on Super. But the stinger's whiffy.
Grenade!
And that's spam from Riley. It's just pouring more salt into the wound. Jilty can't find the camera. That judge gonna swing out, knows that judge is there, so they're gonna back up.
Flash out.
gonna decide to go into this anyway. Despite seeing the judge there. They've got the stun ready, the flash ready, but now they're finally making the call to back out.
Right there.
Alejandro just
30
taking
seconds
all
left.
of this space, and he's hearing all.
He hears all of this. He's calling for this fast rotate right now. He's gonna let them all pass and then come back up to strike from behind. Flash comes through. Plant trying to come down, but it's not gonna happen. Gonna come out. Alejandro gets the final kill, but the comms were even more powerful.
I really feel like we need to see a timeout. They've just been getting shut down at every step of the way with this double senti. Like, they found absolutely nothing on attack so far. Most of these rounds haven't even felt very close.
Come on, let's go.
I would have expected a timeout now, but and Warrenator spammed low.
Here comes the party. Obliterated.
Showstopper from Alejandro. Taking out Beans. And the Shotify run will just continue to thrive. Alturas, however, is able to find 2, even up this scoreline. Rally needing to back off and wait for the rest of our team to come through. We got Freezy here on the flank. I don't know if they're going to be expecting this. Rolling Thunder online, yes. Oh, but with that ult being popped, now they know that there's someone flanked. Might have been a little bit of a misplay here. Breaks the flash. The TP on top of the screens. I don't think they're going to be ready for it. Almost finding the second. Rolling Thunder coming through. Guilty Crown, what are you able to do? Gonna be able to find the first, but Super! The beautiful reposition off that teleport. 9-0 is now 9-8.
They need to call a timeout now, I feel. And they've just been getting shut down and shut down and shut down. Early round, late round, it doesn't matter what kind of positions they get to. They can get to any position and they'll still... And it feels like it's just impossible for them to win these right now. It feels like they're just falling apart. The utility hasn't been there a lot of the time, and just... We need to see something now.
Shadows traveling.
I might want to see them just slow it down a bit. Like, because they've been either playing super slow or, like, super fast. And I want to see them go for more of that, like, mid-round type of stuff. And... to see what they can work in the mid-round with just... Because if they can manage to take sight and like manipulate the rotate.
Coordinator gonna spot Riley. That's so much damage from fall. That's so much health from fall damage centrally. And Strong Maniac answers with 2.
And now that spike down.
I have the spike.
Broken.
30 seconds left.
Here's all. They're just give up that space. They hear these rotates come through. So back to the site comes Freezy. As they're walled off from that angle. Flash comes through, but they are not expecting Freezy to be sitting here. Warrenator stuck, stunned, dazed, confused. As KFC look lost in the sauce.
9
and we are tied at 9. 9 in a row. To 9 in a row.
Jeez, this
when
was
will this
9-0.
madness end?
What is happening? They need to call. They need to do something. They need to call a timeout. I keep saying it, but they
even
need
if there's nothing to talk about. Even if there's nothing to talk about. Yes, they don't have a coach slot. There's no one in their coach slot for the side of KFC. But even then, just to kill momentum, do you think?
Yeah, they just need
Alejandro trying to overstay his welcome.
They need to do something to bring that momentum.
Looking out and still will go for more. And still gets out. Warrenator playing with fire. 2 players spotted in heaven.
Warrenator only has the stinger. Either's the only one with a rifle.
My territory.
Stuck in that gravity net. The Annihilation's gonna miss! The gravity net forced him to crouch underneath it! Nothing can go the way of KFC!
They need to halt this momentum.
Shopify take the lead after being down 9-0.
I may have jammed my finger.
They're losing everything. They're not winning fights that they would have earlier. They're crumbling. They're just falling apart. There's nothing is going right for them, and they're just falling apart. And it feels like the lack of a timeout isn't helping either. The momentum's so heavily in SR's favor right now. And it feels like they're just letting it happen. Warrenator just throwing himself into the trip. They're getting desperate. It feels like plays are being made out of desperation rather than real thought behind them. It's just desperation now, and we're seeing just an absolute collapse here.
You still have the Rolling Thunder. Strong Maniac still has the Rolling Thunder.
Cover going out.
The ult are all so close for SR.
Bradley trying to find a timing. Won't find the kill, but finds plenty of damage. Paranoia to just help Freezy start to farm. No HP to work with between the two.
And strong.
11 in a row.
It's just desperation on the side of KFC. It's just desperation. It doesn't feel like there's any real thought behind it anymore. They're getting desperate. They're panicking. They're saying this was 9-0. What is happening? What are we doing? And it's just getting more desperate by the moment.
We were at a moment where we thought this could be a 13-0. But now it could, in a way, be a reverse 13-0. Where it's effectively a 13-0 when you win 13 in a row in the same map.
We could legitimately see a reverse 13-0. It's just a complete and total collapse. With how good they looked at the start, I never would have expected them to just completely collapse like this. I mean, to an extent, we saw some signs of
Alejandro
collapse last
has the
map.
showstopper if he wants to use it. It's finds 2.
It's 5 ults on the side of SR. They're just getting ripped apart.
They can't even find a consolation prize. No participation trophy in this league.
The money isn't good either.
There. 30 seconds left.
Satchel out.
trying to go for something here. Stuck with a stinger. Will be able to creep on to Alejandro, but it has to be a 1 versus 5 without the spike.
It's I keep saying it, but it's pure desperation. It's 12 in a row.
Consecutive rounds. All 5 players on the side of Shadowfy have their ultimate ability.
It's 5 ults, and there's only 1 ult there on the side of KFC. It's just the Vice ult. And meanwhile, there's the Viper's Pit. There's the Rolling Thunder. There's the Omen ult, which doesn't really do much. Let's be honest. But there's the Showstopper too.
Yeah, Showstopper still able to get 1. That's one of your controllers down. You're your only controller down for the side of KFC. Holding on to this Rolling Thunder is
just holding it out.
Maniac. Riley not wanting to overstep, not wanting to make a mistake. Knows that Warrenator is there. Still have this Rolling Thunder for the side of Strong Maniac. Here's that Ping Shell. Knows that there's still someone here, someone lurking around. You have that Steel Garden online for the attacking side. And here it comes. Rolling Thunder coming out to push them back. Gonna be able to find 1! An unbelievable shot as it all falls down. This was 9-0, and now it's just a 9-13. Unbelievable scenes. 13 straight rounds in a row. An unbelievable collapse.
How?
To put them into the next round.
How? Just how?
I do not believe my own eyes.
How does that happen?
KFC still in the tournament, still in the lowers. To decide your opponent and then lose 13 in a row to them on map 3.
I mean, wow.
9-3 curse is definitely real, and might as well call that one the 9-0.
Just how? Like the comp, I get that the comp was heavily defensive sided, but to just see a complete and total collapse like that, it's unheard of.
Shadowfy Rebellion. But Parkinson's really exists. Is going to be able to win against Shokunine. So we have our table for this upper semifinal and lower round 1. I mean, unbelievable scenes here.
That's just
wow. Still a lot of great Valorant to be had here.
We're going to break after
after that amazing thing. I almost don't want to, but alas, next game coming up is going to be Pupperhampton Puppers versus Parkinson's really exist on this stream. That's going to be all from me and Lore War. We'll see you all later, but stay tuned for this next game with some new casters.
Man, you don't understand. Oh fuck, I'm dead.
Flash. You're shooting you. I just get
What
I'm
the
gonna
fuck
kill
is
you.
that?
I'm going to kill you. Where'd that go? Yeah.
What happened?
1 enemy remaining. 4.
Not again.
I am at a loss.
Yeah.
We get the nice casters in here.
Yeah, do we go back?
Wow, look at this,
Oh,
man.
wait, there's no. Wait, we're continuing? I thought there was new casters. I thought we were only casting the one. Okay. Oh.
Flash feed.
Wait, we are still casters?
They don't have.
Okay.
They don't have smoke.
Okay. Cool.
Oh wait.
I need to. Wow. I know you guys on stream can still hear us. Go get some water. I know a lot of you guys are dehydrated. I know what you are. And what you are is dehydrated. Get some water.
What? That's on him.
It's like up here. Like there, I don't remember.
Just wow.
Multiple on short.
Oh fuck.
I'm just rotating.
Take it.
Yep.
PRX versus C9.
What? What was happening there?
Shots. Last player standing.
Embarrassing.
One enemy
Wait, what
remaining.
happened in the C9?
PRX versus C9 also was split map 3 that ended 15-13. Oh no, not this clip. Not this clip. This is the one that I submitted. This round was so stressful. We finally win. Watch what happens. He starts defusing. He disconnects.
Defuse.
No. He
DC'd.
He disconnects.
Oh, that's fucked.
Oh my.
Oh, he's flank.
We ended up losing that game in OT.
Damn.
My god, what do I do?
You should have shot it with the op.
Last player standing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put my headphones down. I'm gonna get some more water.
As will you'd say.
One more.
Jesus
One
Christ,
more.
water
Oh,
good.
Get it.
Put a map.
Oh, nice. Let's fucking go, Icky.
Wait.
Wait, you went main.
Grenade is live.
Last player
Okay,
standing.
you're good.
My territory.
Oh!
I have
No!
Gosh, it was point.
Clutch.
I don't have it.
Not blinding us round, so I think we're cooked.
Here, multiple people here.
Yo, like.
One enemy remaining.
Okay.
Bro, this is so boring.
I'm
bro.
getting
Right.
blocked by my open.
Yeah. Flango.
Down A. One enemy remaining.
Ready.
Would you prefer? We call it.
Fuck all.
Yo, what the fuck?
Yeah,
80.
bro.
Spike down. I got the spike.
I don't like this, bro.
So you need to go first.
Yeah, I know, but I'm literally gone, bro. What do you want me to do, bro? I'm keep going.
Last player
Why are you
standing.
so emo? Yo, Omen long.
One enemy remaining.
Long.
80.
Yeah, shut up. One still.
Almost out.
Yo!
Rare. Okay, give me. Oh, behind bucket. Bullets.
Go for my spike.
Yo, he's not like this on my team. What the fuck?
3v3.
Recovering it.
Fence, control.
Eek.
Oh wait, happy you're alone.
No. He's on there still.
Can you flash both side?
No, I have no flashes.
Not DDs, I'm killed.
Fireball.
Yep, I'm dead, bro.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god, 8? They let race.
Little.
140 Sage, 140 buys.
Nice. Holy.
144 ISO. ISO's 1 HP.
Minus 80, minus 80.
Oh.
Oh!
I'm flash. Okay, you wanna save this? I don't mind.
Alright, you win.
No, we win.
Last player standing. Perfect.
I'm lagging.
You.
3 down.
1v5, 1v5.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh.
One enemy remaining.
I have the spike.
Sorry, Ken.
Sorry, Ken. I did it already.
Okay. That's overkill.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, killed.
Wow!
There's a couple. Two.
Watch him go, watch him go.
Why is those? What the fuck?
One enemy remaining.
the fuck?
Spike down A.
Just a little earlier, I didn't know. Oh. No!
Oh,
148! 148!
Turo's gonna walk down tube.
That's fine, you're not gonna get everything you need, but... Okay, blind.
Down. Called it. He does it every single time we play this map.
Yeah, we're going back A.
Did you just shoot?
Ah, you smoked my one way. That's
Spike
okay.
down B.
Nice.
1 enemy remaining.
Where is blood?
Where's the guy?
I don't see. Oh, he's detained. Wait, no, that's
Oh,
us.
nice.
Wait, oh, that's me. I'm stupid. He's there. He's there. I'm stupid, bro. I'm actually stupid. What am I doing?
Fine, just play for cross.
TT one. Both, both. One heaven.
I'm watching both, you don't have to look.
This one's fun, one's fun.
One big.
One spawn, one heaven. Cypher's heaven. He dropped. I think. No, he didn't. I'm lying.
1 enemy
Wait,
remaining.
don't die.
He's dropped. Nice. We have Fatal as well if you really want to
Wait, what?
secure it.
What is going on in this clip? He has no hand.
He's gone.
Oh, no hands. I think I've heard about this bug before.
Nice.
I mean, there used to be a bug in like a custom game, like if you set auto respawn on and like jumped into the spike as it exploded.
Landing.
Wait, what?
Oh yeah, I think I've heard about that one.
He doesn't trust his breach.
I think, wasn't there also a time where that would just straight up crash your game?
I never had my game crashing.
Oh my
No, I mean, like, it would,
my
because you'd end up auto respawning repeatedly, and just all that would happen, like, you would die, instantly respawn, instantly die again, instantly respawn again, instantly die again.
I think you see there.
And
I'm going into your stack.
I think you see there.
Just go to KJ, please.
then you just
Let's go from cat. Come
kind
cat.
of,
Come cat. Come cat. I'm gonna
and
run.
it would just kind of, and then on like certain pieces, it could just straight up crash them.
I think
Bro,
some
what did you see
maybe,
there?
maybe crashing.
Spike down mid.
That would.
What is going on?
It wouldn't crash.
Move.
Sure, probably would have.
Okay. Big push, by the way.
Spike down B. Last player standing. Spike down B. Team Ace.
Yeah, Sage and on the wall.
Enemy down.
Get back up. Come on, play.
Okay, that's
Be sure party.
You might want to look what's behind you.
Oh, what?
Then there's a
Okay. Uh oh. You are you're so dumb.
That is killing. That is almost killing himself.
Dude, he's almost killing Burger Good. How is he alive? This guy has bottom. No way.
No way, this guy. If this guy lives, I'm killing myself. Thank God this guy died.
Oh, that's a bobblehead. Oh my fucking god. Oh wow.
That's what the point of the mask is. I don't have a flashlight, so.
Where's a bobblehead? Oh my fucking.
Jesus. That's a.
Oh my fucking god.
That's fucking fucked up. That's fucked up.
Where's my dropship?
Rare sample acquired.
There's a dropship.
Journey can't find an exit. So fucked.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god, Freddy Fazbear! Oh my god! Oh my.
That's SLB Star Wars.
Bro, stop saying the fucking creeper sound.
I swear to God, back.
Come on.
Bro!
Oh! Yo! No! 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 Let me out! Let me out! No! Zach, you don't get it! You don't get it! This isn't funny! This isn't funny! No! Zach, no! You don't get it! This isn't funny! This isn't funny!
You're gone, bro. Yo, are you even dead?
How do I reverse? Oh, I'm gone.
Oh no! Oh no!
All right, welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. We have next set of we have the next set of best of threes coming up here. Down towards the lower bracket, Brutalist KFC versus Braun Rankers, Choke 9, Cruise Esports, Silly in the upper bracket, Silly Geese versus Shadowfire Rebellion, and the game that we will be casting today, Pupperhampton Puppers versus Parkinson's Really, or PR short.
There are some little things that you can actually notice about some of these that are a little bit funny, which is that on one half of the bracket we got both of the teams that came from play-ins, and on the other half of the bracket we got both the teams that didn't come from play-ins.
Yeah, Silly Geese doing a lot to get to where they are now, as we do have these map bans here coming in first. Elimination block, PRX, banning Icebox. Only played it 4 times so far in the regular season. And
Ban Pearl.
Yeah, banning Pearl is interesting. They've played a lot of that. They've played it 5 different times with a record of 4-2, or excuse me, 4-1 on that map. So I guess they were maybe struggling a little bit on it, as we are going to head over to Lotus for our map for our map 1. Lotus played 4 times by PRX with a record of 3-1 on it, as we go to split for map 2. As they know, the Pupperham pumpers absolutely know that, you know, they struggle a bit. They absolutely struggle that PRX rather struggles a little bit on that map, considering that one to 15 to 13 um just earlier today, and unfortunately the fracture ban comes through, and that always makes me sad. I love to cast fracture. It is my favorite map by far, as Haven will be banned, which leaves Ascent last in the pool. And it's interesting, Pup has not played Ascent at all the entire regular season. While for uh meanwhile for ERX, they are one on that map. So, I mean, I'm very interested to see how this is going to play out. Let me look at right now. How many times have Pup played Lotus? It was once all the way in March where they lost 13-1. So obviously it's been 2 months. It's been over 2 months since then, and although they haven't been playing it since, there is still a lot, there's still a lot of time for them to prepare for this, but what I'm really interested in is map 2, Split. Because of the fact that, you know, they have a very, very strong, um they have a strong record on Split, while PRX struggle a bit on Split. They've played it twice. So they played it twice in the regular season. They won the first 13-8, lost the
What?
I there's no way I just heard that right. I just got word. We need to delay this for a little bit because our observer is in a team deathmatch.
Damn.
So I don't know why he's in a team death. But I think we're actually ready to go now, for real this time. So I don't have to stutter over my own words, ramble on about nothing. Because transitions was never really my strong suit. But matters not. We head into Lotus. Frost, I saw that hover over the Reyna and also the current hover over Tejo. I know that's a troll. Nothing too crazy coming out here, and I think we might be seeing a mirror composition. Actually, no. Excuse me. We have a double duelist on the side of Pupperhampton Puppers. Pup on that Yaru makes sense. You're going to be seeing him, especially on defense. You're going to be seeing him TP. You're going to be seeing him utilize that TP almost solely as a rotation tool. Pretty much the entire defensive half. Of course, they might do a few set plays where he'll teleport in somewhere, but most of the time on the defensive half, he's really going to be using the TP not as a tool to get out of a sticky situation and play aggressive, but simply to just rotate to the other side of the map. As we have again, solo sentinels on both sides. So minus the we also have the double controller, which I like. I like having the double controller on this map. Absolutely, because then you can have your Viper, and Omen lurk together effectively. Like not like with each other, but like on one part of the map and on another part of the map, you can have those two lurking, and it's okay if one of them falls. It's far from the end of the world. While meanwhile, Happy Cookie on Pupperhampton Puppers, you know, that's the solo Omen. He's not really going to be able to do much. It's going to be a lot more difficult to go in if Happy falls here. So we might probably also see, since Joe does have these TPs on the attacking half, we might be seeing Pup use this to use as a lurk to be able to get out of situation, get more aggressive, and then use his TP to get out of situation if he needs to. Is Shank?
Yeah.
Shank TC.
Wait, what?
Shank is staring at a wall. Nope, he's here. Round start. We are underway here in this upper bracket semi-final matchup. Big fight towards A, and then they instantly lean and rotate over towards C without a soul on the other side of the map. And you see that gate crash there on your screen, sitting in A main. This is just Pup trying to find a little bit of stuff, and then he's just going to TP out, and now the A site is wide open to work with. Red and Asimov going to be stuck here in this position, and they also have to worry about B main. Asimov not going to be able to find a shot. This plant is going to go down. Asimov going to find a nice shot on Defrosted. Pup going to try and do something here, and he'll find the shots. Gibbon is going to get taken out by Happy Cookie. 4-on-3 in favor of Pupperhampton. Shank on this flank trying to find something here. It's just going to be so awkward as Pup's going to find a third on the round. Happy Cookie to double up himself for the fifth round win on the side of the Puppers. And then my dog started barking. It's on cue.
Yeah.
Whoa, Riot Gun Buddy. Whoa, Riot Gun Buddy.
Holy shit, Rito Gun Buddy.
How did Jank get a Riot Gun Buddy, bro? That's what I want to know, actually. How did Jank get one of those?
Yeah, wait, how did Jank get one of those?
Big fight coming out here, but you got 3 players stuffed here towards this corner of the pit. Happy Cookie just going absolutely crazy right now.
Docky
Love
tries
Happy.
to escape.
He's a great guy. But, you know, but if I were to tell you that, you know, he's not a very high rank, I mean, I don't think anyone would realistically believe me right now. His shots are immaculate. His positioning perfect. They know that Gibbon stuck all alone. Yeah, and they're just spamming him out. He might be able to get one with the classic, and one's all he's going to find. So, I mean, at least he still got his out of that round. Only 1 weapon lost in process. It's always interesting. Yeah, Pup on 74 ping. I assume because I believe we're absolutely playing on California servers because Gibbon is from Hawaii. So we can't really play on any other servers because
Isn't Pup in California though? I'd assume that his ping would be lower.
He might be. I'm not exactly sure where Pup is from.
I mean,
but the fact is he still has the second highest ping in the lobby.
Only behind Gibbon, who's at 100.
Yeah, I mean, well, that makes sense, that 100 ping when, you know, you're playing all the way from the islands of Hawaii. Pup trying to find a timing here, and he will not be finding one at all. Knocking on the door of a flawless round, just Turbo versus 5 to try to deny at least a flawless, maybe get an ult Thorb or something build towards that steel garden, but
Last plate. Not ready yet. Flawless.
Asimov will be able to get that spam on the turbo.
Okay, they tried. Now it's our turn.
Very, very strong round coming out of the defense there. Yes, they didn't have as much weaponry, but it was just the absolute meltdown that they had on that A main fight that, you know, is
Yeah.
going to show a bit of a warning towards the side of Pup that, hey, it's not going to be as easy as you might think. As you see this double satchel coming across for Asimov, how much are you really going to be able to do? He's stuck so alone. Ducky going to be able to find Pup, and Happy being able to find the collat. Happy's just going
Happy's
nuclear
been-
so far earlier in this first half.
Yeah, Happy's been absolutely farming right now.
Ducky trying to find another one of his own. He will be able to take out his doppelganger, but this B side is just now wide open. Ding making his way onto the site.
Yeah.
Plant goes down. It's just down to this tool. But Turbo turning on the nitrous as he walks into that heaven position and finds the very crucial frag to win the round. Jank, 1 versus 3, almost finding Ding.
But not quite. I mean, it's been really... I mean, this attacking side has looked really good from Pup.
It's been looking really great from Happy. He's 6-2 right now.
Yeah, Pup. Yeah, this entire Pup team has been playing absolutely lights out right now. And it's just, the utility's been great from them. And we've been seeing a lot of A fights, and Pup has been tending to win them out.
Who's next?
Asimov deciding against trying to satchel across as Pup's going to clear out this space with that dimensional drift. Gonna spot Red alone on the site. Dread shaking in his boots. Ducky just gonna try to do the best that he can. Paint Shell's gonna go towards Heaven. See if Ducky can find a timing, and he will onto Happy Cookie. Plant's gonna go down. That's the solo smokes down. Turbo is gonna get caught out in the open. Didn't realize that smoke was about to fade, but Pup and Ding, dynamic duo into the Heaven position, gonna be able to take all that space, even it back out into a 3v3. Ducky, beautiful timing, the wraparound to find 3 on the round, maybe even a 4th, but Gibbons the one to put it to rest. The Hawaiian taking down Pup as Asimov gets the showstopper online.
I mean, yeah, I feel like this game has really been coming down a lot to these A fights. Like, Hubberhampton has been taking these early advantages in a lot of these A fights, but sometimes in the late rounds. But it feels like if Pup lose this A fight early, they just kind of fall flat on the round.
More of a slower round here as that decoy is going to trip the wall. Ding taking out Asimov. Gibbon with a beautiful trade. But gonna get spotted right before that smoke blooms. TP onto the backside. Jank, what are you gonna be able to do? Can you find the shot? Yes, he can. Gonna try to find another. Is successful in doing so. However, that's several weapons down on the ground. 2 on 2. To try and tie it at 3. Happy stuck alone in this back site. Gonna catch Ducky out with util in hand. Red cannot find Frosted.
Cover going out.
Close round was what I believe was a force buy.
And now it's forcing a PRX down to like a pretty shoddy eco. So like 2 sheriffs, a marshal, a stinger,
Back to it.
and only a classic on Ducky. It would require a miracle if they were to win this round.
A brilliant shot out of Jank takes out Pup. If he bleeds, they can kill it. Yeah, Gibbon gets taken out, but they're now aware of Ducky, who's gonna capitalize perfectly. Backing away. The paranoia lets him get out with his life. Yes, he doesn't get that weapon back. Get that sheriff here.
Cover going down.
Steel Garden. Possibly being used, but Happy again to deny it. Ducky, oh, the beautiful timing. No one turns around, but he makes a meal out of it. And they capitalize off that mistake.
Last player standing.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Not even through smokes. As Ding will make sure of that. Finds Happy down to a 1-on-2. Still a stinger in hand. Has to defuse. Spots Sting. Can't get it done.
I mean, Pups really have seemed to be running away with these, especially in like the mid rounds. Now, it's just been. I mean, Happy's just playing incredible too. 9-4 right now. 9-4-5 on the Omen. This guy's just absolutely ridiculous right now.
They've taken enough. Blinding crack.
Again, that decoy is just making a meal out of Jank's setup here on C.
Face your fear!
Nightfall going to be used. Still have the Steel Garden.
Cutting through.
This could be disaster if he decides to rip it right now. That would surely hit all 5 players. Backing up all the way in main is Turbo. Would be able to dodge this Steel Garden. Showstopper from Ding to slow it down. As the counter Steel Garden comes out. Played it for main. Out comes the stick. Not gonna be able to get it halfway as the spam is just miraculous.
Yeah,
Gibbon trying his best, but his best is not enough.
I mean, again, it's just these. It's just Pup have just been dominating. Once they get on this, like in the mid rounds, and especially once they get on the site. A timeout called for the attacking side feels a little bit odd considering how they've been just winning, how they're just on a tear right now. But maybe the coach is doing something that they don't like, or maybe they're even talking about like the next half or something.
Yeah, very peculiar time because this also gives the defense a lot of set.
I mean, they could be looking at a way to counter the Viper's Pit because Gibbon's got that online and he might be looking to use it this round. So this could be talking about how to like counter the Viper's Pit, force him out, and deal with that.
Nonetheless, it's a bit of a force buy round for the side of PRX. Phantom, Dinger, Spectre, and a Sheriff. And then a Classic to top it all off. So, buys really all over the place. As Jank puts his wall way deeper into the site to try and stop that Yaru clone from finding this value. Ducky went for a cheeky swing through the Viper's wall, and it didn't work out well for him as Jank gets caught walking out into the open.
And that's just an empty C site for him. And these retakes have felt so impossible for PRX. Sorry.
They're dead. Spike planted.
Nice double out of Gibbon. Too little too late, as this post-plant utility is just going to be way too oppressive. And they're just going to continue to plant it here for the side of Pup. They're just going to continue to plant this here on C and play back because they know how strong the spam can be. They know how awkward this angle can be for the defense to try and win fights against. As Red drops down, is just going to have to save. Interesting plays here. I mean, I don't like moving the wall that far back from Jank. I think just keep it in C main. Put it in front of B if it just keeps getting tripped by the Yaru clone. But it just doesn't seem like PRX are really trying to adapt right now. Happy Cookie still at the top of the leaderboard, 10-6 to his name. Definitely someone you want to watch out for that most people often underestimate. Ducky sitting with this Omen. But with that haunt on the fade, running away as Asimov is caught out into the open. Ducky with the Odin, so now they know where he lies. And he's just going to be completely stuck. He can't really get out anywhere. And he's going to get caught down.
And now it's another disadvantaged retake that just feels impossible.
I mean, you look at the creds. Jank has 200. Red has 1850. Asimov 50. Ducky 650. Gibbon 1000. You just got to save again. Surely. Or else you're forcing your team into no hero rifle. You're forcing your team into no hero rifle. And now they're going to be able to chase with that info that they gave to them.
And now it's just a full eco. And
alongside...
Pupperhampton seems to just be running away with the game right now.
Yeah, I mean, alongside giving Pup that dimensional drift, that dimensional drift.
They've got the dimensional drift. They're 2 off of the fatal. They're 3 off of the raise ult. These ults are going to be coming online too. Like, these other ults are going to be coming online very soon. And meanwhile, the only ult in sight for PRX is Ducky's, which is the Omen ult, which only has so much impact that it can provide.
One way misses as Ducky going to try to do something here. A bloodbath off that hero rifle from Red.
But now they're in an advantaged state, and it's 2 rifles. Gibbon and Red. With Jank still having a stinger.
Bring them down.
Leaving
Jank
Frosted and Turbo to win the 2v3.
Moving his wall over towards A. Door's gonna get tapped to try to beta rotate over while Turbo, Frosted still stay onto the C site, and this is a must-win round here. But Turbo's gonna be able to find the opening pick. Game on, 2-on-2.
Flash placed. What? Not ready yet. Rip and tear.
No one's gonna be found.
And
Both teams know that no one is
the
towards.
fatal hit
There,
both.
the fatal. It's gonna hit, but Jake the double spray down with the stinger puts it away.
A third round on the board at last for Paper X. Finally stopping the streak. It was 5 in a row for Pup, but now and
Last round in
finally
the half.
they end that streak.
It took a while,
we
but
wait.
they eventually were able to get there off of a double spray down from Jank. I like the idea of using that Nightfall to try and push into that position because they knew that both players were stuck there. They didn't get any information off of that they didn't get any information off the Arc Rose into Waterfall. They used 2 Thorns there to slow them down if they were trying to go there and isolate a 1v1. But the ult scans both, unfortunately, just lined up as that dimensional drift is going to be used here by Pup. Try to clear his way out onto this side. Gonna spot Jank. Jank gonna get overrun here practically. Dead to rights.
And now it's once again another disadvantaged retake.
Spike planted.
You have Ducky on the flank, and he'll probably be able to TP past the
Beautiful
ice
flash
wall,
as Gibbons not ready for it.
and Turbo's unaware.
Oh,
But now
he's
but now
been
they
reloaded.
are.
Gives away his
No.
position. Gonna be able to find one as a consolation prize. But Happy is just too damn strong right now.
Happy is just lighting them up completely. 14, 7, and 6 right now. Absolutely incredible performance out of him. Like right now, Happy's putting up the performance that you might expect out of someone like Pup, but it's just been absolutely ridiculous from Happy.
Where were you when Happy Cookie match MVP?
I was casting. As were you. As were you.
Early A fight coming out. Side of Pup, nothing too crazy. This is Lotus after all. Keeping control of that A main space is so important. Red just trying to get a little bit of info on who might be there. Only hears 1 gunshot, so no, this solely is some sort of contest. I was a bit worried that Red was going to try to swing through that smoke there, and he would have most likely met his demise as Ding and Pup slowly walking forward. What is Red able to do? Gonna find the duel. Ding and Pup so definitely low, and the rotates come on out. Duel over on towards the B site. That's with Jank and Frosted. As down go Pup and Ding. So this A side's gonna open up right now for the start of what could be another 9-3 comeback today.
Bring them down.
Spike planted.
Cover going out.
Paranoia coming through alongside these prowlers. Ducky just sitting in towards stairs. He's gonna slowly creep towards the diffuser. That's all she wrote. A very clean pistol round. Pup and Ding going. Pup and Ding trying to find a little bit of, trying to get a little bit aggressive, try to find the play, and just simply did not win the duel. But now, of course, it's not always repeatable. You can't expect Pup and Ding to get aggressive like that every time. You also can't expect to win the duel against them every single time. Look at Ducky. Look at that tech, by the way. Pings the top corner of the wall so he knew how far left he had to spam. Because you can't ping on the minimap anymore and still see it in-game.
Wow. Just incredible spam right there.
Yeah, because you could do the lineup, or you could just ping the top corner of the wall and know exactly how far left you really got to spam.
Cutting through.
Paranoia is going to catch Pop as he's got to do. He's forced to TP out. You see the ping on the minimap. Jinx gonna catch Pop. Lacking towards front B. Asimov moving into heaven, gonna spot Happy Cookie, who's still gonna be able to find the frag even with just a classic in hand.
One enemy remaining.
Ren Jinx to clean it up. Did a very, very nice job. But now you got rifles on the other side.
If one link breaks, the rest will follow.
Now you got rifles on the other side, and well, that Ares spam, don't think it's really gonna work anymore. As much as I like that, I think that's something you would want to save for round 3 potentially, because you need that big damage earlier pick. You want to come with a surprise. Happy Cookie's gonna be able to find a double off the fight, and Pop's just gonna continue to move forward. Blink and you miss it. It's a 1v4 for Gibbon. Happy is just all gas, no brakes for his squad.
And he has no idea about Turbo, I don't think. Once the door opens, Turbo should be able to close. And Pop is an incredible bonus round out of Pop and Dust. Happy's going 17 and 10 right now. Pop's going 13 and 9. Asimov's just sitting. Asimov's someone who you'd expect to be able to try and match Pop, but he's sitting there at 7 and 13.
Yeah, a very rough defensive half, of course, for the side of PRX. Ducky with that Odin spam, not going to find anything. That Seasonade combo also not going to find any value. But still, that puts the pressure. Hey, could someone have crossed into rubble, so that makes PRX use a Prowler, Paranoia, TP.
Face your fear!
And eventually the Nightfall here to clear to this A site. They know where the players are. They're forced back into heaven. This plant is going to go down as the double flank is going to come through. Ducky's going to hear it.
Go get him.
And he's going to hold on top of it with an Odin. Does he expect a second, though? No, he does not.
Satchel out.
They TP'd at the same time, so we'd only hear one. Ding stuck alone on site. Blind, confused. But now it's a 1 versus 3. And it's going to be Ding to clean it up.
14 and 9 out from Ding. We're just gifting Asimov right now.
That was a beautiful, beautiful play there. Because they knew, okay, listen, if we both TP across at the same time, if they hear Pup's Yoru TP, because it's significantly louder than the Omen TP, as the timeout finally comes in, if you TP at the same time, you'll hear one but not the other. So if there was someone close enough there, Ducky heard it, turned around, killed the first, and effectively told, hey, Happy, bait me. Because they were not expecting a second.
And now we're seeing a timeout finally come out for PRX, and it leaves you wondering, how much can this timeout do? Because once Pupperhampton reached 12, it feels near impossible with the ults coming online, with Pup already has the dimensional drift. Ding is 2 off of the showstopper. Frosted is 3 off of the Nightfall, and you've got some ults nearby. Jenks 1 off of the Steel Garden, and Asimov 2 is also 2 off of the Showstopper. But other than that, Pup currently have a pretty major advantage.
Shank.
My ultimate's ready.
Good pick on the Frosted. It's the little pieces that they need. Ding forced back to that site.
Last plate. Not ready yet.
Silent, Pup and Red, staring pixels away from each other, and
30
neither of them
seconds
know
left.
it. Very, very tight angle. He can find the shot. Would be a difficult one to make, potentially. As that door opens and the paranoia comes through, he's just going to be completely stuck, and he's going to be forced to use that dimensional drift just to get out with his life. Plan's going to go down. This is going to be a 5-on-4 retake scenario in favor of PRX. Pup still with an operator in hand, so it's going to be a little bit awkward for him to try to retake this position here. The nade pushes him back. Operator spotted now. What are they really going to be able to do? Out comes that Steel Garden. Ding just satcheling across. Gonna get taken down by Asimov, but not before he gets a ding. Matters not, because Asimov is just going to clean up. Gets 3 on the round of his own. Alongside getting that showstopper off of a beautiful Steel Garden out of Jank.
Lights out.
Up with a nice shot, almost finding a second. Red, lucky to get out with his life there. Round's not too out of control. Showstopper coming through for Asimov to give him a little bit of space. Paint Shell's gonna slow down Pup, but I don't think he's ready for Frost to be so deep in, but he is. Ding coming out now, gonna be able to find him with the Showstopper. Taking a little bit of damage himself by his own Showstopper. It's gonna be down to what you want to. Still got the Paint Shells online to deny it. Can just simply bounce it off the wall and bounce off he will. That should take out Ding. No, it won't! And it's already halfway. And they're just gonna stick it all the way.
And that's 12 now.
On the board.
Match point.
12 now, 1 off the Nightfall, 3 off of the Steel Garden. These ults will be coming online really soon for Pup, and it's just gonna feel impossible. And if you have both the Nightfall and the Steel Garden, I feel like a retake is all but guaranteed if they have with both those ults online. They could reasonably just save those ults for. Ducky nearly dying to the Seize Nade combo. But manages to TP out with his life.
Look at Pup here. Be able
Pup's
to catch Gibbon
so
off
much
guard.
space up C.
Gibbon's ready for it, but it's really just down to who's going to find the frag first. Half clears him and then gets out. paranoia to stop the push from A Link.
Find you.
Plant will go down.
Spike planted.
We got Happy alongside Frosted here in heaven. Happy can't find the shots. Eventually he's able to reset, reconnect.
Enemy remaining.
It's another 1 versus 3.
And nothing.
And it's not gonna happen.
Found. And that, the map, just incredible Lotus coming out here.
Defenders win.
Which is even worse considering that this was PRX's pick. So this was just pure dominance.
Where were you when Happy Cookie match MVP in an official?
Yeah, where were you? We were casting. And Happy Cookie, 307 ACS, 21, 12, and 8. Absolutely incredible performance from Happy. All right. We'll be going to a break right about now.
I think it's a yellow scoped only. It's actually like a genuine gameplay though. Like no one actually plays Sky and it works like that. The turret is holding me. All down. I'm needed.
More than one people.
Flashing high.
3. My ult's ready.
Raze was there on belt, left side. Intact.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god.
Get 30 coins.
Falcon for you.
It's spawn. I have to. You need to come get him. Nice.
Okay, we have Teho, Odd, and Astra Star.
Last player
Never
standing.
mind, we don't have Astra Star.
Don't have Astra Star.
7K.
What is this?
What is this?
What are both of you doing?
I've seen 7K win. I've seen 7K win.
You still have your name, you still have your name.
All missiles away.
Wait, no.
7K win.
Nothing bench.
Satchel out.
They have a second down.
There, yeah. There's one short in pocket.
Enemy remaining.
Oh my
Oh my
I
god.
use things in my.
Very close CT. Sniper. All three.
No, 113. Cypher. Nice. Cypher's one. Nice.
It's away.
Enemy remaining.
Backside.
Tap cam again.
78. So
Spike planted.
That guy's low.
last hit 70. He's half health. No TP. Nice.
Oh my god.
Bro got 3 and they were all.
Spike
Okay.
lost it.
3, 2, 1.
Nice.
This can't be real.
Wait.
Oh, so bad.
You win.
Go ulti.
Oh my god, man.
Nah, that was actually just yikes.
I'm out of here.
I'm gonna cry.
How the fuck?
Yo.
Wait, what?
10 seconds left.
84 no.
No way.
Oh, no way. No way,
dude. I fucking whiffed on that guy.
I'm calling it now. There's gonna be 2 aces this map.
4 foot 8,
There's gonna be 2 aces.
E-girls
Yeah.
battle.
What was that?
A lot's gonna be on Leech's shoulders here.
Oh, he gets 3! What?
two bottom frags win this.
Last player standing.
No.
I would bet on the under.
One.
Okay, it's Boa didn't pass preschool. He doesn't know what comes after one.
2, 3.
Wait.
Whoa!
Oh my god, what a transfer!
Oh my god!
4K protect!
I mean, it was
Let's
a bad,
go!
that was a bad idea betting on the under.
Oh, great back to
Yeah,
high
there's
average
only-
ping. Oh, Alex
There's only
missed that
700.
one.
Oh,
What?
wow.
He died to
Oh,
fall
wow.
damage.
He died to fall damage. Okay, but you do have the euro to go into this. Will it be invested?
Will it be invested? We'll never know.
He full flashed himself again!
He did it
Bro!
again. This is so
He keeps
dumb.
flashing himself!
How is he
Why is
flash?
everyone
Did he blind himself?
Wait, he omen blinded himself.
Wait, what?
He omen blinded
Why did
himself.
they blind back? What?
He
No!
omen blinded himself.
I don't... How is that possible? Channel.
They do need many can RTB soda.
Oh, many waffles. Many waffles. Gonna dodge that op shot. He baits the op shot out. What a guy.
He actually
What a
caught the
Chad.
bullet.
And the shock dart comes in. Oh no, he's just gonna let himself. Now he's gonna pull out.
Think about it. Well, welcome back.
Bit of
Alright,
bit of a strong map, I would say, for the side of Pupperhampton Puppers. They were able to just really be in control pretty much like the whole time, it felt.
Yeah, they kind of just, it felt like they were able to just run them over. Now we'll be moving to split, which is Pup's pick. So
Yeah, they've played it a lot. Or rather, Paper Rex have not played it. Let me pull up the exact numbers here. Give me just one moment. Hampton Puppers have played split 4 times. They have won all 4 on split.
What about Paper X? What about
What about
PRX?
PRX played split twice, and they're 1-1 on the map.
1-1. What was their most recent?
Well, it's also just regular season stats. So it was, I think more. The more recent one, win ever. This was back. It was over a month ago. The last. Excuse me. April 26th was the last time they played. So I'm very curious to see how it's going to formulate, especially how they struggled a little bit. Pup, I think they played split earlier today. It was really, really strong. Meanwhile, PureX, when they played it, it went into double overtime against Choke 9 on map 3 in order to move forward, as we are going to be heading into Agent Select right now, and see maybe there might be a bit of a curveball here. I don't want. Jenk insta-locking the Sage is probably a little bit of a curveball. You don't really see that much.
Sage Phoenix.
Yeah. Peculiar move.
This is an interesting comp. Sky, Breach, Sage, Phoenix, Brimstone.
Oh, absolutely. It's a very, very interesting composition. I mean, we'll have to see if it can fruition. There's no there's no there's no flash initiator. There's no flash, there's no stun initiator here. Yeah, so they have the Yoru I was more so thinking to try to set up some of these plays, because you're probably gonna be seeing Gibbon using this fault line a lot to set up fights for his, but does not. But side of Pup doesn't look like they'll really be able to do that exactly per se. But we'll have to see how it goes, because a very, very peculiar team composition. Don't really see Sky anymore. You rarely ever see Phoenix. I don't think I've ever seen a Brimstone on Split, like, ever.
Maybe back in like 2021 or something. Even then, it's a
Possibly.
big maybe.
Yeah, even then, it really is just a big maybe. Is Red is an interesting buy here. Deciding to go Frenzy and not all smokes, which I guess that I guess in a certain way does make a little bit of sense, because you have that Sage Wall in mid, so you don't got to worry about smoking that off mid specifically for pistol round. But just walling off mid 24/7 is very 2021 tactics.
Smoke's down.
Pup will find Ducky, but a nice, fast, quick, and clean trade. Jank's gonna spot one. Does not rip the classic. He's gonna be able to find the perfect timing. The Prowler didn't clear him. Being super low on HP as Asimov with another flash. Frosted going to make the turn. So definitely low in HP. Let's see if Happy Cookie can pull off the heroics that he was doing in that map prior.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
It's going to be Frosted to find the first, and he got the frenzy in close quarter situations, but Happy shuts it down. Changing his Karambit CT China with the VCT in. Whoa, do you see this glow? Dinger.
See this what?
There.
Never mind.
Bring them down. We found one. There. One enemy remaining.
Beautiful spray down. As Red is left to rotate from the opposite side of the map.
Also, is the stream on camera? I don't think the stream is.
Red, a nice shot with that Sheriff. Get a little bit of damage out. Another wall in mid, but here's the thing, yeah, the strategy is long since not been very beneficial. Because he can just simply break the wall way faster than... Because since Sage's inception in the game of Valorant, that wall takes a lot longer to fully fortify now. So you need much less ammo to really break it before it fortifies. You have a lot more time to do so. Because it's really just one segment now. Ducky's sitting in vent waiting for the cross. He gets smoked off. Might potentially try to find a timing through it. As he will find that timing. And what a timing to find. He's going to find another one through the smoke.
Time to jump.
And now it just leaves Pop and Turbo. Left.
Last player standing.
And now it's
30
just
All the
Pop.
noise in the world.
1 versus 4. How much can he find? But he's got an isolated fight on Ducky. But Ducky wins it anyway.
Beautiful 4K on the round from Ducky to really save. I say save the day, but I mean, I think they could have potentially gotten crunched. Just to start that crunch.
This goes here.
Timed it perfectly.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Wall's just gonna go up again. Gonna get broken. Line comes through.
They saw
Spot
the
the
little
top of Jake's head.
ponytail.
The big ponytail. Lining up, but unfortunately for Jank, not going to be able to find the kills. That dimensional drift comes through. Kevin's going to 180 round and find Turbo and keep his life at the same time. I'm off in such an awkward position, but they're going to run back over towards this B site, leaving Pup stuck alone. As Red has to do it all. Pup's going to hear Gibbon on this rotate and shut him down.
Weren't able to find Frosted.
Spike planted.
Yeah, Pup is still here, just being an absolute nuisance. A nice turn from Asimov. Pup starts to slowly creep forward.
And Red's just contained in here.
Those have 2 smokes here to work with. Spots out Ding, so now Pup starts to speed up. Hearing all the noise, and it's going to be the 4K for Pup. I think it was funny.
Incredible round out of Pup there. And it just... It feels like it came down to Jank getting spotted there in mid. And that just opened up everything.
I think it's really funny how, just spotting the top of Jank's ponytail there was what... I mean, obviously, they generally knew where he was. But I remember when Lotus first released, you know that wood box in B main? If you try to crouch behind it as Sage, you could still see the top of her ponytail poking over the top of it. So I remember not abusing that. I just remember a moment where I was slowly clearing that angle and I saw a giant Sage ponytail poking over the top of it. Pop, just a beautiful flash. So he's gonna TP out all the way over towards B. Where'd he go? A nice shot of the turbo and made onto Jank.
Satchel out.
Plant goes down. As Sting's gonna be able to find one. Trey comes through, but so does all of the spam in the world. It's 4-1. have a score update on the other upper bracket semifinal. Silly Geese win map 1 against Shopify Rebellion 13-7 on Lotus. Lots of Lotus being played today across the bracket.
Launching smoke.
Spike planted.
I mean, it just felt like dominance right now from Upper Hampton.
Last player standing.
Pup can't lose a
Pup.
fight.
We might be able to see the first ace. He's looking for it. He's glowing. He's radiating.
Oh, but give it.
He's gonna get spotted, and the ace is there.
More. We can do this again.
Pup does what Cryo couldn't.
14-2 already on the map for Pup.
Cryo was having a field day the previous game, but no longer. An ace. The first ace we've seen today. And it was just absolutely a monstrous ace from Pup. 14-2 right now. He cannot lose a fight.
Who's next? Cutting through.
Pup moving in towards this ace. Moving in towards this ace side. Given gonna get spotted by that on through the smoke. Plant goes down in that Brimstone ultimate. It is going to delay the plant just a little bit.
Spike planted.
5-on-3 situation here. Red is stuck here in heaven. What is Pup able to do here? It's not really planned for him. Frosted is stuck alone on the site. Blind. So it will be a near flawless round to finally get PRX back on the board. Shank gonna get shut down in mid, decides not to wall it up and tries to cross on his own, and he's just gonna get instantly punished for it. I'm not entirely sure what the plan there might have been. Ducky gonna get spotted by that trip. A nice shot onto him. Can he find one onto Frosted as well? Yes, he can.
Spike down mid.
Not out of the round quite yet. King running through, but not gonna expect the second. Happy left all alone. Can ult to grab the spike.
Hand.
Watch them run.
He's gonna plant it safe.
Spike planted, cover going out.
Ducky is so very low right now.
And they're slow clearing. They're slow clearing everything together. One off the Rolling Thunder. So if they win this round, Gibbon is practically guaranteed to get this Rolling Thunder off in the next round. Spots Ducky. Paranoia coming through. The Flying Phantom. But the stun comes in, and that was a bit dangerous. That stun barely hit him. If that stun missed, he absolutely would have been able to confirm that kill on... He absolutely would have been able to confirm that kill onto Gibbon.
Now there are two really big ults on the side of top.
Ding moving out, and Jake on top of the rope, just swinging across. We got Tarzan in the server.
Ducky trying to catch one, leap going through the smoke, but only jumping to his death.
Spike down B.
No way, Gibbon is still alive. No way, Gibbon is still alive. Asimov. 1 versus 2.
1v2.
Spike planted.
Has to run it back, but it wouldn't be very wise to use it in this situation. He's gonna spot the first! 1v1 here. No idea where Pup lies. Just gonna tap it once. Slowly creeping forward. Make some noise.
And Pup.
Pup will be able to close it. We want turtle.
We want turtle.
Timeout called by Jank here. Is actually calling it first place. Definitely on a bit of a back foot. You know, this defensive side should definitely be a bit stronger or easier to win rounds. Then at the same time, you look at their composition, and it looks a bit more fight heavy, and they haven't really been taking many aggressive fights. They've sort of just been chilling, waiting for the opposition to come to them. And I think that might be one of the big problems here that they're having. They gotta be taking more fights with this breach. With these breach stuns, breach flashes. With this breach everything, really. Flash coming through, Ducky, the pop flash dude to try to do his best, and he fights 3! The triple spray down!
One enemy remaining.
The Dark Knights! Through the smoke! The quad kill on the round! I mean, that's one hell of a way to get back into the swing of things. I mean, this is true. I haven't do that. I've not seen Tungsten do that. Spots 1 is Pup. Gets the dimensional drift online. Flash is going to spot 1. It's a force buy here. Pup's the only one with the rifle on the side of Hampton Puppers. To run it back. Coming through the classic. It's a bit whiffy. It's a bit awkward.
Spike
But
down
Asimov and
A.
Ducky will be able to clean it up. Pup, what are you able to do here? Yeah, he's got the glowing champs Vandal. He might be 18-5, but there's some
This just feels
situations that
impossible.
no person can take care of. Pup might just get caught off guard here.
Flawless.
And caught off guard he will. Yeah, it's gonna be a flawless to put PRX to 5.
Last round before the
One round away from tying it up at the to close out the half.
Let's go. That's done.
And gonna be using that operator and then instantly switching to the Vandal inside of the vents.
Smoke's down.
Decoy to try to bait a little bit of attention. We'll get the smoke out, but there's still 3 players on the other side of it. Crossing to the other side is going to be Asimov, sitting inside of the vent.
And the wall goes down.
Still see Pup here, trying to make a move. Is Jank's going to be able to find that frag? Still has the resurrection online.
It was so brutal for them.
Yes, this is going to finish towards this B site. Red caught out into the open, but down goes Jank. Resurrection not even going to have a chance to be used during the entire half as it's back on to a 3-on-3.
Now there's
so many
and
angles
there's
that they have to clear.
And there's only the Omen Ultim play, but that's it.
The Trailblazer cleared everything. You still got the Blaze Wall to cover up, but you have Pup wrapping around mid. The tap coming through, knows that they're not on. As Pup with the redirect.
It's an incredible, it's an incredible 2-piece there out of Pup in the final moments.
I can't see them yet, but I can feel them getting ready. Yes, this should do.
And now it's a question of how much can they do on attack with only the Phoenix to entry.
This goes here. That goes there. Yes, this should do. Oh, this is a nice spot. That goes there. This goes here.
Last player standing.
Ray. Hail of bullets coming down from the heavens.
There.
As Ding's gonna close out that round.
Thanks.
And it just feels like, how are they actually going to get? It leaves the question of how are they going to get on the site with, because you don't have a raise satchel, you don't have Yoru TP, you don't have even a jet dash, you don't have anything to like break those sight holds, to break that crosshair placement. You just have the Phoenix Wall, and that's it.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Like this, the Phoenix Splashes, the Phoenix Wall. Maybe this, and the Sage Wall too, but... Oh.
Whoa. Wait. Okay, P10 trying to be called with 2 seconds left on the clock. Everyone seems to be okay. Doesn't look like there's
It
anyone
was
that's
just that Red was
connected.
just sitting in spawn. That's what was the problem.
Here.
Well, that also concerns me as well. You see Turbo using that one right because if they thought that he was actually AFK, that surely means that he's gone pretty much non-verbal, which is never a good sign on any team. And I think some sort of the tilt is getting to him. Then is what that spells out.
Either that, or he actually was just AFK and came back at the perfect time.
Yeah, just sitting in silence. Know that they have no space anywhere else on the map, but no one's moving an inch. No point to do so.
30 seconds left.
As the call is going to come through, hey guys, they're pretty much just like all here. Happy Cookie's going to be able to find one with the Spectre. Make that a second. Swinging around, looking for a third, unable to do so. But Guardians and Spectres all over the place. Gonna bring them to their knees. 9-5 in favor of Pup.
Yes, this should do. This goes here. That goes there.
Trailblazer coming through as
Early dog, and it's a fast
Pup's
play
gonna
onto
miss
an
this.
empty
Yeah,
side.
Pup's gonna miss this timing from Heaven. So gonna find a decent amount of damage as this spike is already getting planted down. Fast rotates coming through. They swift 5-on-5 retake. It's really just gonna come down to time here and how long PureX are able to delay. He's gonna hide behind his wall. Has both his slow orbs. Decides not to use them as Pup's just gonna jump through. Pup jumping across the side. And he's gonna be able to find one. Maybe even a second. Yes, he will. Now it's down to a Ducky 1-on-2. Blinds one. Can find the spam. Turbo stacking all the way. But Ducky will be able to get it done. But definitely not a favorable outcome in terms of when you look at 4 players on the floor.
Oh, this is a nice spot. Yes, this should do.
First real gun round comes out here. It's a heavy force on the side of PRX, and I can't blame them with the situation that they're in right now. It's not looking the greatest. Turbo's gonna get shut down. Frosted gonna get spotted out as well. 4-on-3 now. Pop gonna try to do the best that he can, but those Seekers are gonna block some of his bullets. Gibbon finds the kill on the Happy. An unfortunate whiff from the map 1 MVP, and they're gonna invest the res here in a 4-on-2. Just showing how desperate they are to get these rounds on the board. Plant goes down. Pup and Ding. 2 versus 5. They know that they know where Pup lies. Ding just completely overwhelmed as Pup's gonna get shot from Gibbon on sight. 7-9. It's still a closely contested one. Don't go anywhere.
I'll tear through.
But to an extent, it does feel almost like desperation out of PRX. And we're seeing the timeout now. The Glue Guy wants to talk to him and get him back on track.
One moment. I'm gonna try to see if my dog will stop whining for a moment. I turned around. This Froggy!
Frog.
Do you see any real things that they're gonna want to try to change here for the side of Pup here? After, you know, that's 2 rounds now that they've lost. Starting to slowly
I'm
build
looking
their
at
way back. They're still
potentially pivoting the Cypher over towards A, honestly. It feels like it just hasn't really been... Like, it's been doing stuff towards B, but it just hasn't been enough. And... I'm looking at potentially pivoting that Cypher towards A. And maybe stacking 3 on B instead. Well, ask and I shall receive, and the Cypher's looking towards A. The guy heard me, I guess.
heavy lean into mid. Is that smoke and vent's gonna fall? Pop's gonna be able to find the headshot on the Ducky with not but a Sheriff. Asimov just taking so much damage. Gibbon gonna be able to spring ding for the smoke.
Bring them down.
Perfect time for that to happen. Lucky will fall. Pup. This hero rifle, this solo hero rifle, now alone on the site. This plant's gonna come down. Jank. He's gonna fall.
Down A.
Pup potentially looking for another ace here. He's already on 4. Is he gonna find it again? A second ace, perhaps? He's gonna spot it, and yes, he will.
Up once again, doing what we couldn't see in the previous games. Ryo had his field day. Now it's Pup's turn.
Red on Pie Watch. 3 and 11 for him. Has enough money to buy up here. As we move on to round 18.
Shadows traveling.
Joke's over! You're dead!
The Seize is not going to trap Asimov, but the swing from Happy Cookie will. Orbital Strike going to force Happy Cookie into the site still. Just trying to spam through. Here's the ore getting grabbed. Might find a little bit of chip damage. But that's all Happy's going to find. Still a man advantage here. Spamming Happy Cookie almost perfectly dead set on. As this Dimensional Drift is going to be used to clear everything. Gonna spot 1, 2, 3, and 4. All 4 players have been spotted, which allows Ding to just crunch them in. They have to try to force their way through, and force their way through they will not.
Now this.
The
only thing they're forcing is a happy 4K.
They just forced them, so they just threw themselves into the waiting arms of Happy Cookie. Previous maps MVP. And then 4 on this round. 13, 11, and 13 right now. Then Pup's going plus 20 right now. 28 and 8. An absolute monster performance out of him.
And that's the danger when you don't have anyone else trying to clear out any of these other positions. Pup feeling inspired. So he's gonna have to TP out. Asimov nowhere to run, really. 3-on-5 situation. will be able to get one and heal himself back up to 100 HP. No regen shield, so he's sitting at 0. Dink spots 2 as the double swing comes through with Pup.
Down A.
The dynamic
And
duo can do no
now,
wrong.
Asimov, 1 versus 4 to deny 12.
Get him.
Boombot gonna spaz out a little bit.
30 seconds left.
And he throws himself in a Pup's arms, 31-8.
Match point.
This is crazy. It feels like we've been doing this forever. Anyone else
Red.
feel like that? Just me?
One more death for Pi. Ducky 22 and 14. Trying to do everything in his power to try and take this squad across the line. But sometimes
Ducky has been trying to just will them through this map, but it's just not enough.
Sometimes the man at the end of the finish line is Pup.
Pup's trying to, like, Ducky had been trying to just drag them over this finish line, and Pup's there waiting, like, oh, you guys are trying to get to the finish line? I was here 5 hours ago.
No charges left.
Nightfall, primed and ready to be used here. Rolling Thunder going to be used in a very peculiar way to try to take this space into defender spawn, but that they just crunched themselves by doing that.
Spike down B.
3-on-3, Gibbon the savior to take out 2, but this spike is in such an unrecoverable position. Pop to even the numbers. Still has his fake out. Still has his blind sides.
Last player standing.
And it's just all down to Gibbon.
Defenders
And it will not be done.
Happy 2K.
13 to 7.
32-8 out of Pop. Absolute monster performance on him. Ignore the graphic. It's a little bit off. Pupperhampton Puppers 2-0.
Yep. Absolute decimation on there for map 2. Pupperhampton Puppers pushing themselves to the upper finals as Silly Geese, Shotify Rebellion still battling it out. So you see down there, KFC 1-0 over the Braun Rankers. Cruz 1-0 over Choke 9. So, with that being said, I believe that's going to be all from me today alongside Lorewar. For real this time.
For real this time.
Appreciate everyone tuning in. Be sure to come in
And
tomorrow, or
next week.
Yes, next week. Excuse me.
So tune in next week to see the next round.
upper finals, lower semis, lower finals, and lower quarters, lower semis, and lower finals.
Go check out the B stream. Check out or the C and D streams. And
We will see you all later.
yeah.
You'll have a good night, everybody.
Yep.